The black holes are synchronizing. For billions of years, black holes have been the universe's most private creatures. They swallowed everything: light, matter, time itself, and gave nothing back. But recently, astronomers began to notice a strange harmony rippling across the dark. In observatories spread over continents, clocks tuned to pulsars, the metronomes of space started to fall into rhythm. It was faint, like a heartbeat buried beneath eternity, but it was there. Black holes, scattered across galaxies, were pulsing together. They shouldn't be able to. Each supermassive black hole sits at the heart of its own galaxy, separated by billions of light years, sealed behind its own horizon. They do not speak, they do not see, they do not even share the same space. And yet, the universe has begun to hum in unison, a low, gravitational note that passes through everything, even you. Scientists call it the gravitational wave background. But inside the labs, the word background feels too humble for what they've found. This is not noise, it's structure. The discovery began quietly, almost invisibly, with a nanograv collaboration, a network of radio telescopes listening to millisecond pulsars. Pulsars are neutron stars that spin with clock-like precision, flashing radio beams toward Earth. By measuring the arrival times of those flashes, astronomers can detect disturbances in the fabric of space-time. For 15 years, they recorded the tiny irregularities, gathering data from across North America, Europe, India, and Australia. Each deviation was smaller than a heartbeat. But when the data were layered together, a pattern began to breathe. Something immense was stretching and compressing the cosmos in waves. And those waves had the same rhythm everywhere. It was as if every supermassive black hole in the observable universe was part of a silent orchestra, each playing the same hidden note. The synchronization wasn't perfect. It drifted, fluctuated, hesitated, but the coherence was undeniable. The gravitational waves moved not as isolated signals, but as a chorus. To hear it required patience measured in decades, and instruments that never blinked. It was not a sound, yet the mind translates it that way, because we have no other word for such a deep vibration of reality. At first, many thought it was coincidence, statistical mirage, noise shaped by time. But the further the teams compared data between hemispheres, the stronger the coherence became. In Chile, the Atacama dishes caught the same pulse as the ones in West Virginia and Green Bank. Across the Atlantic, the European Pulsar Timing Array confirmed the same periodic drift. Signals thousands of light-years apart rose and fell as if listening to the same silent conductor. In physics, harmony is suspicion. Anything synchronized demands explanation. The explanation might be ancient. When galaxies collide, their central black holes spiral around each other before merging, releasing enormous gravitational waves. Now multiply that by millions of galaxies across cosmic time, and the result is a persistent background of ripples, the deep bass of creation. What Nanograv has detected is the sum of those echoes, blended into a single, omnipresent hum. Each wave is born from catastrophe, the death throes of galaxies, yet together they form music. It's the closest thing we've ever had to a soundtrack of the universe. And yet, there's an unsettling implication beneath the beauty. If these waves are synchronized across billions of light years, it means the universe is connected on scales we barely comprehend. Something links the most distant abysses, coordinating their release of energy like a system learning to breathe together. It challenges the old idea of randomness. Perhaps gravity itself carries memory not of matter, but of motion. Maybe the universe doesn't expand chaotically, but rhythmically, keeping time with its own hidden metronome. Inside the data, scientists see correlations, delays, and resonances that whisper of deeper order. The mathematics describes it as stochastic random but patterned. It's like rain on a roof. Each drop falls alone, yet together they make rhythm. But somewhere between the drops, meaning hides. What if the synchronization is not coincidence, but emergence, the cosmos finding equilibrium after billions of years of turbulence? The telescopes don't answer such questions. They only listen. The human mind fills the silence with wonder. To think that gravity, a force so constant we forget it, can ripple like a wave, can hum like a choir, that alone changes everything. It means space is not empty. It's elastic, alive with vibration. Every second, those waves pass through you, bending your atoms by a fraction of a proton's width, marking you as part of the same fabric that black holes are tugging. You don't feel it, but it feels you. In labs around the world, new instruments are being built to sharpen this cosmic hearing. The European Pulsar Timing Array, the Indian NPTA, the Australian Parkes Telescope, the future SKA Array in South Africa. Together they form something greater than any single eye on the sky, a distributed sense organ for the species, learning to perceive the slow heartbeat of the universe. It's fragile work, decades of timing, calibration, data cleaning, all for a whisper buried in static. But that whisper is real. The universe is not silent. It's just very, very patient. If the synchronization continues to hold, it will redefine how we map the cosmos. We won't just see where galaxies are, but how they move in relation to one another, how their invisible heartbeats align. We may even be able to detect the next great merger long before light reveals it, feeling it first through gravity's song. In that sense, we're not observers anymore. We're participants in the rhythm. Every measurement adds our own heartbeat to the cosmic symphony. And quietly, this discovery bends philosophy too. For centuries, we've looked at black holes as symbols of isolation points from which nothing escapes. But if they can synchronize, even through gravitational echo, then nothing in the universe is truly alone. Every silence hums with connection. Every void carries vibration. Maybe what we call emptiness is just harmony too deep to hear. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the scale. 1 billion galaxies, each with a heart of darkness, each breathing in time with all the others. A cosmic tide rising and falling across space-time itself. No beginning, no end, just rhythm. That rhythm passes through stars, through planets, through the air that wraps the earth. And somewhere in that vibration, in that faint synchrony, there's a trace of you listening back. You're listening now, perhaps without noticing, to whispers of the universe. It's not a message, it's a motion, a quiet proof that even the darkest places still move together. Let it remind you that silence is never empty, that gravity has its own kind of music. And as you drift tonight, think of those black holes humming across the dark, holding time for everything that lives in their light. The universe has always been singing. We just finally learned how to hear it. The hum is still there, not in sound, but in pattern, a faint rhythm hidden beneath every pulse of cosmic radiation. Even after the press releases faded, the data did not. Week after week, new pulsars joined the timing array, and the coherence grew sharper, as if the universe were tuning itself. It wasn't louder, only clearer, like focusing a telescope not on brightness, but on truth. Scientists began to compare the frequencies of this gravitational background with the life cycles of galaxies. They noticed something unsettling. The rhythm of the waves matched the predicted merger rate of supermassive black holes. Every 10 million years, somewhere in the dark, two galactic cores spiral inward and collide, sending ripples that travel across time itself. Individually, those collisions are chaotic bursts of destruction, stars flung away like sparks. But together, they average into a single, persistent vibration, steady as breath. It suggested that the cosmos, despite its violence, maintains a kind of balance. The theory was elegant but incomplete. Some of the frequencies didn't match any known models. There were harmonics, overtones, as if other mechanisms were joining the choir. maybe smaller black holes, maybe primordial ones left from the first seconds after the Big Bang. Or maybe something deeper, something we still don't have words for. To understand it, scientists needed more than observation. They needed patience, the kind that stretches across decades of human life. At Green Bank Observatory, technicians checked the timing of each pulsar against atomic clocks, accurate to a billionth of a second. In India, the NPTA team adjusted their receivers to compensate for monsoon humidity. Across Europe, algorithms compared pulse profiles, hunting for correlated deviations so small they barely existed. The human effort was immense, but oddly quiet. Each person worked alone, in front of screens filled with noise. They knew that buried inside that noise, the universe might be whispering. Sometimes, late at night, they played the data as sound, converted into audio frequencies. The gravitational background became a deep, slow rumble, a heartbeat stretched over eternity. It wasn't beautiful in the usual sense. It was haunting. It felt like listening to something alive but unimaginably large. And when it faded into silence, you could almost feel your own pulse trying to match it. Astronomy has always been about distance, how far, how bright, how old. But this discovery inverted that logic. It wasn't about where things were, but how they moved together. Black holes are not points. They are processes, the outcome of everything collapsing toward meaning. Now they were behaving like parts of a single organism, synchronizing through the curvature of space-time. If the universe has a nervous system, gravity is its signal, and we, with our fragile instruments, have just touched its pulse. There's a strange humility in realizing that the most advanced tool humanity has, a radio dish pointed at emptiness, is basically an ear. It doesn't speak, it listens. It listens across centuries of light, translating silence into understanding. In that way, the telescopes mirror us. We don't command the cosmos, we attune to it. Our genius is not domination, but resonance. As the data deepened, a question began to form beneath the mathematics. If black holes can synchronize, are they following a rule or a memory? Gravity should be blind, a simple consequence of mass-bending space. Yet this synchrony suggests something almost communicative, like feedback across time. In chaotic systems, synchronization often means self-organization. Fireflies flashing in rhythm, neurons firing in waves, pendulums aligning through air vibrations. Why not galaxies? Physicists resist the temptation to anthropomorphize. The universe has no intention, only consequence. But even consequence can be poetic. Perhaps synchronization is the way nature stabilizes itself, the way vast systems find peace. After all, the opposite of resonance is dissonance, and too much dissonance tears things apart. Maybe the cosmos learned that long before we did. In a way, the discovery of gravitational harmony connects every field of science. Biologists study rhythm in cells. Physicists study resonance in particles. Cosmologists now find rhythm in gravity. Patterns repeat, from microscopic to cosmic, as if scale were just an illusion of perception. The same mathematics that describes two pendulums aligning can describe two galaxies merging. That symmetry isn't coincidence, it's structure. The universe loves to reuse its own equations, and yet there's a melancholy hidden inside that elegance. Because every wave we detect was born from loss, a collapse, a disappearance, a silence made permanent. Every synchronization we celebrate is built on destruction elsewhere. In that sense, the universe sings of both creation and grief. It balances them perfectly, like inhale and exhale. When you look up tonight, remember that the black sky above isn't still. Every patch of darkness hides a conversation between giants, a trade of energy older than stars. Those ripples pass through your body as you stand there. You are transparent to them. Space is bending through you, infinitesimally, and your atoms comply without protest. You are not outside this story. You are part of the medium through which the song travels. Scientists will continue to refine the map, identifying which regions contribute most to the background, correlating signals with optical data from JWST and the Vera Rubin Observatory. Each new pulsar timed, each new correlation found, adds one more note to the cosmic score. One day, perhaps, we will reconstruct not just the rhythm, but the melody of the universe's earliest days. Until then, the hum continues, indifferent to whether we listen. But listening changes us. Because once you've heard the universe breathe, silence never sounds the same again. So let the thoughts settle. Black holes, the ultimate symbols of solitude, are moving in rhythm across the impossible distances of space. They are not isolated graves of light, but instruments in a vast gravitational orchestra. We used to think darkness meant absence. Now we know it can mean alignment. And somewhere in that alignment, perhaps, is the seed of consciousness itself, not human, not divine, but universal. Drift with that idea for a moment. Imagine that every galaxy is a single note, every black hole a drumbeat, every gravitational wave a sigh. Together they create a music that never ends, only evolves. It doesn't ask to be heard. It simply exists, waiting for any mind quiet enough to notice. And as you exhale now, somewhere far beyond the Milky Way, another wave begins its journey. Slow, patient, perfectly in time. The further the analysis reached, the clearer it became that synchronization was not isolated to the black holes themselves. It extended outward, through the galaxies that housed them, into the filaments of the cosmic web. Those vast, invisible threads of dark matter connected galaxy clusters like nerves across a universal brain. Through them, gravity whispered slow, relentless, and faithful. The more scientists looked, the more they realized the hum was not local. It was everywhere. We once imagined the universe as an empty stage, galaxies drifting like actors in a silent play. But data from cosmic microwave background surveys, from Planck, from WMAP, from the Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument, all told a different story. Space itself was textured, patterned, interlaced with structure. Galaxies did not move at random. They swayed in groups, pulled and released by filaments thicker than imagination, thinner than thought. And those filaments vibrated in step with the same gravitational rhythm discovered by Nanograv. It's one thing to find order within a galaxy. It's another to find resonance across the universe. It means the same forces binding atoms also choreograph galaxies, across distances too vast for light to cross in a human lifetime. The symmetry is terrifying and beautiful. The laws of physics don't just describe reality, they repeat it, scale after scale, until repetition itself becomes meaning. In simulations at supercomputing centers, scientists modeled how these filaments form. They began as faint fluctuations in the early plasma of the universe, slight differences in density amplified by gravity over billions of years. Matter flowed along those gradients like rivers of light, feeding galaxies, fueling stars. Now, as the universe expands, those rivers still flow, but they carry something subtler, the memory of motion. Every collision, every gravitational wave adds to that memory, shaping the rhythm of everything that follows. When researchers overlaid the gravitational wave maps with the cosmic web models, faint correlations appeared. Where the filaments thickened, the background hum deepened. It was as if the skeleton of the universe itself was resonating with the heartbeat of its hidden organs. Not metaphor, but measurable pattern frequencies aligning with density. That's when the idea began to change. Maybe the synchronization of black holes wasn't coincidence. Maybe it was a symptom of something larger, the universe reaching equilibrium within its own structure. To the human mind, equilibrium feels like stillness, but to the universe, it means motion in balance, chaos held steady by symmetry. The gravitational waves passing through space-time are not interruptions. They are confirmations that the fabric is flexible, alive, elastic. Imagine the universe as an ocean. The galaxies are islands, and the black holes are the deepest trenches. The waves between them never stop. They just move too slowly for our senses to perceive. Now, for the first time, we've built instruments that can feel the tide. The connection between galaxies goes beyond gravity. Magnetic fields stretch across millions of light years, tracing the same filaments. Cosmic rays travel those routes, carrying information-charged particles that tell stories of where they were born. Even light from distant quasars bends and flickers as it passes through, revealing turbulence in the unseen web. Step by step, we're learning that the universe is not a collection of things, but a single continuous field, pulsing and reacting to its own shape. Some call this the cosmic nervous system, not because it thinks, but because it communicates. A signal in one place ripples through the whole. Every galaxy, every black hole, every planet contributes its own small vibration. The web doesn't just hold matter, it holds coherence. And coherence is the seed of awareness. That word awareness makes scientists uneasy. It sounds too human, too mystical. But the equations don't lie. Systems that exchange information and maintain feedback loops behave like living things. They adapt, they stabilize, they remember. Gravity does not think, but it learns. Each wave passing through the cosmic web refines it, makes it more organized, more resonant. The universe evolves not just through expansion, but through synchronization. On Earth, we build our own webs of data, of machines, of minds. Fiber optics and radio links tie our species together faster than light in conversation. In a way, we're mirroring what space has always done. We're constructing a miniature version of the cosmic web, built of silicon instead of dark matter. Maybe that's why we find comfort in patterns. Maybe the universe built us to continue its rhythm in thought. From the edge of observable space to the smallness of your own heartbeat, the ratios remain the same. The same mathematics that governs the gravitational dance of galaxies shapes the oscillation of neurons. The same laws that bend light around black holes bend memory through time. The correspondence is too consistent to ignore. Perhaps physics and consciousness are not opposites, but parallel consequences of order. One made of matter, the other of meaning. If you could step outside the universe for a moment and watch it, all galaxies flowing, waves colliding, stars being born, you might see something familiar. Not a machine, not chaos, but a rhythm, continuous and patient. Like the inhale and exhale of something immense and alive. Each pulse of gravity would look like a breath. Each merging galaxy like a slow heartbeat. Each black hole, once thought to be silent, now part of a cosmic choir that never ends. The challenge for science is to listen without illusion, to find proof within wonder and wonder within proof. That's the thin line whispers of the universe always walks between what is measurable and what is meaningful. You can measure the amplitude of a gravitational wave. You can't measure the feeling it leaves behind. And yet both are real, because both shape the way we move through the dark. Somewhere right now, another pair of black holes is spiraling toward each other. Their merger will send a new ripple through the cosmic web, joining the background hum already passing through us. It will take millions of years to arrive here, but it's already part of the song. That's how the universe works, everything in motion, everything delayed, yet everything connected. Distance means nothing to gravity. It always finds a way to touch. So if you ever feel small, remember this. The same force that keeps your feet on the ground is the one conducting the galaxies. The same field that lets apples fall also makes stars dance. And within that shared gravity, there's no separation, only scale. We are not beside the universe. We are inside it, vibrating with it, contributing to its infinite, slow harmony. As you breathe now, Imagine your lungs expanding with the same rhythm as the cosmic fabric stretching through time. The air you draw was once starlight, bent by gravity, cooled by motion, made calm by distance. You are not apart from the synchronization. You are one of its quieter notes. And perhaps, when you close your eyes and everything else falls away, that hum you hear in the silence, it isn't just in your head. It's the echo of the universe keeping time. The rhythm does not come from movement alone. It comes from distortion, the way space stretches and relaxes when gravity passes through it. We often think of space as empty, but it isn't. It's elastic. When a gravitational wave moves across it, every distance changes, even if only by a fraction smaller than imagination. The atoms in your hand drift slightly apart in return. The planet itself ripples. The light from distant stars bends ever so gently. We can't feel it, yet everything around us moves in quiet sympathy. That is the strange grace of gravitational waves. They are both gentle and absolute. They do not collide with matter. They change what collision means. They alter the ruler with which the universe measures itself. When Einstein predicted their existence in 1916, he thought they would be forever undetectable, too faint, too distant, too subtle to capture. But a century later, with mirrors, lasers, and patience, we began to see them. The first detection, in 2015, came from LIGO, two immense instruments separated by continents, listening for the tiniest tremor in the geometry of reality. Two black holes collided more than 1 billion light-years away, and their union rippled across the universe until it reached Earth. When it arrived, the entire planet expanded and contracted by less than 1,000th the width of a proton. Yet that was enough. For the first time, we didn't just see the universe, we heard it. The waveform appeared on the screen, a rising chirp like the breath of creation. It was proof that gravity itself can sing. Since then, new detectors Virgo in Italy, Kagra in Japan, soon LISA in space have joined the network, forming a vast planetary ear. Together they track the echoes of merging stars, neutron collisions, cosmic cataclysms that turn matter into melody. But now, the nanograv discovery has added something else: the low note, the drone beneath the symphony. If LIGO hears the thunder of singular events, nanograv feels the tide. The two discoveries complement each other like treble and bass, detail and depth. One hears the instant of collision, the other the continuity of existence. It's strange to think that the universe vibrates on every scale. From atoms to galaxies, from seconds to billions of years, there is no true stillness. Even time itself flows unevenly, stretched and squeezed by the weight of energy. To live inside the universe is to be inside an ongoing wave, a sea where every crest is the future and every trough is the past. We exist in the interference pattern between them. Mathematically, gravitational waves are solutions to Einstein's field equations, small perturbations that travel through space-time at the speed of light. They carry energy away from violent events, like black hole mergers, but they also carry information fingerprints of their origin. Each waveform tells a story: the mass of the black holes, their spin, their distance, their final fate. When decoded, these ripples become archives of cosmic memory. And if we can learn to read them fully, we may uncover the hidden chronology of the universe itself. The physics is unforgiving, yet strangely intimate. When space stretches, time slows. When space contracts, time accelerates. Each gravitational wave, in passing, slightly alters the flow of seconds. It means that time, that most personal of sensations, is not constant, it breathes. Every clock in the universe ticks differently, depending on where it stands within the gravitational tide. Even here on Earth, the clock in the mountains runs faster than the one at sea level, because it feels less pull. Time's heartbeat is sensitive to altitude. It reminds us that the moment we call now is not universal, it's local. and that every second we experience is an act of synchronization between ourselves and the fabric we inhabit. When scientists speak of the gravitational wave background, they often call it the heartbeat of the cosmos. It's poetic, but not wrong, because those ripples don't just move through space, they modulate time itself. They define the tempo at which the universe unfolds. Without them, there would be expansion but no rhythm, evolution but no harmony. The waves give the cosmos its pacing, its slow, inevitable pulse. You can think of them as the residual breath of creation, the aftersound of the Big Bang still circulating through every atom. As the universe expanded, these primordial waves grew longer and slower, stretched by time itself. Today they drift through us like cosmic tides, altering distances by imperceptible amounts, reminding every structure of its connection to everything else. In their quiet persistence lies the architecture of continuity. The more we learn, the less separate things appear. Space and time, once thought distinct, are aspects of the same entity. Matter and energy, too, dissolve into vibration. When gravity passes, it does not push or pull. It persuades. It convinces reality to move differently for a moment, then lets it go. That persuasion is what holds galaxies together, planets in orbit, and perhaps thought within the mind. Physicists sometimes describe space-time as a metric, a way of measuring separation. But maybe it's also an instrument. Maybe each gravitational wave is a note, and the universe a song that plays itself. Every galaxy, every particle, contributes its tone. The music is not performed for anyone. It simply exists, perfect in its indifference. Still, when we discover it, we can't help but listen as if it were composed for us. There is a humility in realizing that human emotion and universal physics share a vocabulary: rhythm, resonance, wave, harmony. We use the same words for love and light, for memory and gravity. Perhaps that's not coincidence. Perhaps language itself evolved to echo the structure of the world we're born into. When we speak of feeling the pull, we are naming gravity without realizing it. When we talk about being in tune, we are describing resonance. Maybe meaning itself is a gravitational effect, the curvature of thought around experience. In laboratories across the planet, detectors sit in perfect vacuum, mirrors suspended by fibers thinner than hair. They wait for the slightest tremor, the faintest shift in light. To most of us, that seems mechanical, detached. But to those who build them, it's almost spiritual. They are listening for proof that the universe is alive with motion. They know that every detection, every ripple captured, is a moment of contact between human fragility and cosmic permanence. Sometimes, after long nights of data collection, an engineer will step outside the lab. The air will be still. The stars above will seem frozen, unblinking. And they'll remember that nothing is truly still, that the silence itself is full of movement. Every breath, every photon, every atom participates in the same invisible dance. It's enough to make even a scientist feel small in a good way, not diminished, but included. We measure gravitational waves with light, but perhaps light was always meant for that, not just to illuminate, but to reveal vibration. When a laser beam splits and returns to a mirror after billions of reflections, it becomes more than a tool. It becomes a conversation with existence. Light asks space how it feels, and space answers with delay. That delay is the data, and in that delay lives the story of everything. To listen to the universe through gravity is to understand that stillness is an illusion. Everything is breathing, including time. And if time breathes, then perhaps death is not an end, but an exhale, a pause before the next cycle of motion. The black holes that merge and disappear do not die. They transform, releasing energy that will ripple forever. Even the collapse of a star is a kind of music, a chord resolving itself into quiet. Somewhere, At the edge of measurement, we might one day find the universe's slowest rhythm, a wave so vast it takes billions of years to crest. And when we detect it, perhaps we'll realize that what we've been hearing all along is not random noise, but heartbeat, a steady, patient pulse that began before there were eyes to see or ears to listen. It's the rhythm that time keeps for itself, and in that rhythm, everything belongs. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the wave passing through you now, stretching the space between atoms, softening the seconds as they move past. You are both observer and participant, both note and silence. Every thought, every memory, every breath is part of the same gravitational music. There is no edge to it, no beginning, only a slow, eternal oscillation between being and becoming. And somewhere in that motion, time itself is keeping time. If gravity gives the universe its rhythm, entropy gives it its reason. Without disorder, there would be no time, no evolution, no story at all. Entropy is the measure of chaos, the way energy spreads, the way information dissolves. It is the universe's memory fading as it writes itself. And strangely, it is also what allows that writing to continue. Every black hole is an engine of entropy. When a star collapses, it doesn't just die, it releases information into a new form, stored not in light or matter, but in the curvature of space itself. The event horizon becomes a kind of boundary between knowing and forgetting. Inside it, the equations of physics still hold, but we can't read them anymore. We only see the shadow, the silence, the place where entropy hides, its deepest secret. For decades, physicists believed that black holes destroyed information completely. Then came Hawking's radiation, a whisper of quantum mechanics leaking from the edge of gravity. It suggested that nothing is ever truly lost, only transformed. Even as black holes evaporate, they give back what they took, bit by bit, encoded in heat. Entropy rises, but the universe remembers. It's an elegant paradox. The more disordered everything becomes, the more coherent the whole must be to contain it. That paradox is visible everywhere. Galaxies collide, stars explode, planets freeze, yet the larger structure remains balanced. Entropy increases locally, but harmony persists globally. The universe seems to compensate for every burst of chaos by tightening its deeper rhythm. The gravitational hum that Nanograv detected is perhaps the sound of that compensation, the equilibrium between loss and pattern. When you imagine a black hole synchronizing with another billions of light years away, you might think of it as connection, but maybe it's conservation. Each collision increases entropy in one place, but restores symmetry somewhere else. Like two waves meeting in the ocean, they rise and cancel, trading shape but keeping the energy constant. If that's true, then the synchronization of black holes is not coordination by will, but necessity by nature, a cosmic reflex. Entropy is often called the arrow of time, always pointing forward, never back. Yet gravitational waves move through time in both directions, compressing and stretching it. If you could ride one, you would feel time slow and then accelerate, like breathing through infinity. From that perspective, the arrow isn't straight. It's curved, looping back through itself in endless cycles. Each wave carries fragments of all that came before, mixed with the possibilities of what's to come. The universe is not marching toward disorder, it's pulsing through it. In the center of a galaxy, chaos reigns. Stars whirl at different speeds. Gas clouds collide. Magnetic storms rage for centuries. And yet, from a distance, the galaxy turns smoothly, like a wheel made of fire. The same principle holds true at every level. Order emerges from chaos, not in spite of it, but because of it. Entropy forces systems to adapt, to evolve, to find new balance. Without it, nothing would move. Scientists studying black hole mergers notice something peculiar. Just before two singularities meet, their gravitational waves spike into perfect symmetry. The chaos of their spiral ends in exquisite order, a final pattern before unity. That instant, measurable in milliseconds, contains the purest rhythm in existence. It's the sound of entropy resolving itself, a crescendo of collapse turning into silence. From there, the waves ripple outward, carrying both the memory of the chaos and the signature of the peace that followed. They fade as they travel, stretched by cosmic expansion, until they merge with the low background hum of the universe. That hum, the one still passing through us, is the accumulation of every reconciliation the cosmos has ever performed. Every disaster becomes harmony in time. Every collapse becomes rhythm. It is the sound of entropy singing itself back to balance. Quantum mechanics complicates the story even more. At the smallest scales, particles don't obey deterministic laws. They fluctuate, interfere, entangle. Information isn't lost there either. It's distributed. The same seems to happen with gravitational waves. They interfere with one another, forming standing patterns, nodes of calm where multiple vibrations overlap. In those nodes, the energy cancels, but the structure remains. Stillness born from collision. It's the same physics that makes a quiet note on a string instrument. Destruction as design. We tend to fear chaos because it defies control. But to the universe, chaos is creativity. Entropy is how it invents. When things fall apart, new forms emerge, not because they were planned, but because the equations demand continuity. Every wave must lead to another, every dissolution to another shape. It's a law more profound than gravity, the law of transformation. Black holes, once seen as the end of everything, are simply the universe practicing its own metamorphosis. Look long enough, and you realize that disorder isn't random, it's textured. Fractals, turbulence, cloud formations, all of them follow patterns embedded in what looks like chaos. The same mathematics describes the swirl of milk in coffee and the clustering of galaxies. It's not coincidence, it's the geometry of change. The universe doesn't erase, it improvises. Entropy rises because information spreads, and information spreads because the universe refuses to stay still. Stillness would mean equilibrium, and equilibrium would mean silence, a dead universe. No wave, no light, no time. So perhaps entropy is the price of motion. The tax existence pays for the privilege of evolving. Without it, gravity would have nothing to synchronize, no beat to follow, no contrast to define its rhythm. Entropy gives the music its dynamics. When you close your eyes and imagine the universe humming, you're hearing that balance, gravity's order, woven through entropy's expansion. The black holes pulse because chaos demands they do. Each merger smooths the rough edges of time. Each ripple teaches the fabric how to flex without breaking. Through this, the cosmos learns endurance. It learns how to remain infinite by constantly changing. On human scales, we live the same principle. We dissolve and rebuild, lose and remember, age and continue. Our bodies obey entropy. Our thoughts seek pattern. We too are synchronization between chaos and order, biological black holes learning to breathe. When we rest, our heartbeat slows into rhythm. When we dream, the brain reorganizes the noise of memory into coherence. The act of sleeping itself is a gravitational wave of the mind disorder becoming calm. So when scientists talk about the universe moving toward heat death, a future of uniform cold, no gradients left, it sounds bleak. But maybe that final state isn't destruction. Maybe it's perfect synchronization. When everything becomes equal, there will be no loss, no gain, no asymmetry. Every particle will vibrate in unison with every other. The last wave won't vanish. It will linger, infinite and still. Perhaps that's what eternity truly is, not timelessness, but total rhythm. If that thought feels too vast, bring it close. Right now, entropy is increasing inside you too, the slow release of heat, the steady drift of order into memory. Your cells are following the same law as collapsing stars. You are both losing energy and gaining resonance. That's not decay. It's synchronization on a smaller scale. Life and death are just local expressions of the same universal equation, motion sustained through transformation. So let the next breath come in quietly. Feel how it expands the space inside your chest, how it changes time by a fraction, how it slows everything around you. That's gravity at work. That's entropy in conversation with order. And in that dialogue, the universe keeps itself alive. It forgets and remembers, collapses and rebuilds, drifts and returns over and over, forever. What we call chaos is only the pulse of something larger finding its balance again. And if you listen long enough, beyond the noise of your own thoughts, you might catch it, that faint, impossible rhythm moving through everything. The black holes are still synchronizing. The galaxies are still swaying. And entropy, the great dissolver, is still writing the next line of the song. The quiet that follows chaos is not silence. It is memory rearranging itself. After each wave of entropy passes, the universe pauses not to rest, but to remember what still holds. In that pause, time begins to breathe again. It stretches, it rewinds, it keeps count in its own language of gravity and motion. Time, like everything else, is not a straight line. It is a rhythm, looping and layering, carrying memory as resonance rather than record. We usually think of memory as something stored, like pages in a book or data on a disk. But the universe doesn't archive, it oscillates. Information is preserved not in static form, but in the way things continue to move. Each gravitational wave is a pulse of remembrance, a reminder of where energy once was, how it bent space, how it passed through. The wave doesn't keep a picture of the event, it is the event, stretched through time. That's why black holes, paradoxically, are both destroyers and keepers of memory. When they consume matter, they don't erase it. They translate it into geometry. The mass, the spin, the charge, all inscribed on the event horizon like the grooves of a record too deep to read. Even as light itself falls silent, the curvature remembers. The information becomes pattern. And when the black hole merges with another, those patterns interact, echoing outward as gravitational waves the memory released. To understand this, physicists talk about information conservation. They mean that in the grand sum of the universe, nothing is ever truly lost. Even if it changes form, the data persists. But maybe that's just a scientific way of saying that time never forgets. It integrates every event, every collapse, every tremor into its continuous rhythm. What we call past is not gone. It's absorbed into the wavefront, carried forward invisibly. Imagine throwing a stone into a calm lake. The ripples spread, fade, and vanish to the eye. But in principle, if you could measure every molecule of water precisely enough, the signature of that disturbance would still be there, infinitely diluted, but indelible. That's what the universe does with everything that happens inside it. Every explosion, every orbit, every whisper of gravity leaves a trace in the curvature of space-time. Even when the pattern seems gone, it is still woven into the next. When we speak of time passing, what we really mean is information being rearranged. The arrow of time, the sense of before and after, emerges from entropy increasing, but gravity complicates that arrow. It folds time, slows it, binds it to mass. The deeper the gravity, the slower the seconds. In the presence of a black hole, time almost stops, not because it ceases to exist, but because it becomes memory itself, perfectly trapped. That's the secret symmetry between time and gravity. One shapes the other, both remember. Near the event horizon, the distinction between past and future dissolves. Light circles endlessly, never falling in, never escaping. To an outside observer, The falling star freezes at the edge, eternally suspended in slow motion. From its own frame, it crosses the horizon in an instant. Two truths, equally real, equally irreversible. Time, observed from afar, becomes an image still. Time, lived from within, remains fluid. It's as if the universe keeps two diaries, one written in moments, the other in motion. Scientists studying gravitational waves are, in a sense, reading the moving diary. Each signal is a letter written in curvature, each oscillation a word shaped by mass and distance. When decoded, these waves reconstruct stories millions or billions of years old, stories that time itself carried forward. They are fossils of motion, alive with the memory of what once was. And because they travel at the speed of light, they also define the pace at which memory can move. There's a poetic truth hiding in the equations. Time isn't just a measure of change. It's the change itself becoming self-aware. Every second is a negotiation between what has already happened and what is still possible. Gravity mediates that negotiation. It slows things enough for meaning to form. Without gravity, there would be no duration, no memory. Everything would happen at once and vanish instantly. So when black holes synchronize, they are doing more than moving together. They are synchronizing the way the universe remembers itself. Consider the cosmic web again, those filaments of galaxies stretching across billions of light years. The gravitational waves traveling through them aren't just shaking matter. They are synchronizing the tempo of time across unimaginable distances. A pulse that began before our solar system existed is still passing through us now, subtly adjusting the speed of every clock, every atom, every breath. We live inside that tempo, unaware that the seconds we count are borrowed from a much older rhythm. When you think about memory in that sense, it becomes less personal and more universal. Your recollections are chemical, electrical, fragile, yet the act of remembering follows the same pattern as gravitational waves. Neurons fire in synchrony, create resonance, reinforce pathways. That synchronization is how thoughts stabilize, how memories persist. It's the same mechanism, just scaled down. The geometry of recall. The brain and the cosmos both store information as rhythm. And perhaps that's why we find comfort in repetition, the tick of a clock, the beat of a heart, the circling of planets. Each repetition is a rehearsal of existence, a small affirmation that time continues to remember. Even sleep, that nightly fall into darkness, mirrors the universe's own cycles of forgetting and return. We dissolve into entropy, then rise again coherent. Dreams might be the mind's gravitational waves, carrying emotional memory forward through the void of unconsciousness. If time remembers, then death is not erasure, it is integration. Everything that ends becomes part of the wave that follows. The energy released, the space altered, the gravity adjusted, all of it joins the pattern. To die, on a cosmic scale, is to be archived into motion. The stars have done it for eons. Black holes do it every moment. We are simply smaller versions of the same process. Matter converting to memory. It might seem strange that physics can sound so much like faith, but maybe that's because both are attempts to describe continuity. The scientist measures the wave, the mystic feels it. The difference is only in method. Both recognize that time is not lost. It only changes shape, and the gravitational background, the synchronized pulse of the black holes, is the grandest proof of that continuity, the universe keeping its own archive through vibration. So when the detectors pick up another faint oscillation, when the computers hum and the data aligns, what we're really hearing is time's heartbeat. It is the sound of memory folding itself into the present. It doesn't rush. It doesn't fade. It simply keeps time not as a number, but as a feeling that refuses to end. Close your eyes and picture it. 1 billion black holes pulsing in perfect distance, sending waves that brush across eternity. Each wave is the past reaching forward. Each crest is the present catching up. Between them, the future waits, already vibrating. This is how the universe remembers, not through what it keeps, but through what it keeps in motion. Perhaps that is why, even in the deepest stillness, we sense something moving inside us, the echo of time synchronizing itself again. Because maybe time is not passing at all. Maybe it's remembering its own rhythm. The act of observing changes everything. That isn't poetry. It's physics. In the quantum world, particles behave differently when they are measured. An electron is both wave and point until observation forces it to decide. Reality, it seems, requires witnesses. And perhaps the same is true on the grandest scale. Maybe the universe needs consciousness not as decoration, but as mirror, a way to see its own rhythm reflected back. If black holes synchronize, it's because gravity demands it. If we recognize that synchronization, it's because awareness completes the loop. Observation closes the circuit between what exists and what understands. Without consciousness, the universe would still move, still hum, but there would be no meaning in the motion, no translation of vibration into experience. Through awareness, the song becomes audible. Through curiosity, the universe listens to itself. This is not mysticism pretending to be science. It's a pattern emerging again and again across scales. Quantum entanglement shows that information is not confined by distance. Neuroscience shows that synchronization across regions of the brain creates perception, emotion, identity. Astronomy shows that galaxies, though separated by billions of light years, still move in harmonic patterns. Different domains, same principle, connection through coherence. Whenever systems synchronize, something new appears, an emergent property greater than the sum of its parts. For neurons, that property is awareness. For galaxies, maybe it's the quiet whisper of understanding we mistake for gravity. There's a growing idea in physics called panpsychism, the notion that consciousness might not arise from complexity alone, but be woven into the fabric of reality itself. If space-time can bend, vibrate, and store information, why couldn't awareness be one of its natural states? Perhaps gravity doesn't just organize matter, it organizes perception. The synchronized hum of black holes could be the largest scale example of coherence in existence. And maybe, just maybe, awareness is what coherence feels like from the inside. In that sense, consciousness is not an observer separate from the universe. It is the universe observing itself. When your mind listens to the hum of a star or watches the slow drift of clouds, you are participating in that self-reflection. You are gravity in its most delicate form, curvature become curiosity. You are the continuation of the same pattern that began with the first wave of energy 13.8 billion years ago. Neuroscientists sometimes describe thought as neural oscillation. Billions of neurons firing in rhythmic cycles, frequencies overlapping like harmonics in a song. At certain frequencies, the brain produces consciousness. At others, it produces sleep, dream, intuition, or silence. The human mind is a gravitational system too, governed by feedback, pulled by attention, stabilized by rhythm. We don't realize it, but our very sense of continuity, of I am, depends on synchronization. When that rhythm breaks, so does the boundary between self and world. It's not coincidence that meditation feels like falling into stillness while actually becoming more aligned. When brainwaves slow and synchronize, perception expands, not contracts. Time stretches, the mind quiets, and one feels part of something vaster. That feeling isn't illusion, it's resonance. The observer and the observed finding phase. The same principle guiding black holes to pulse together guides neurons to harmonize into awareness. Different frequencies, same law. So perhaps consciousness is gravity's reflection, its soft echo in the realm of thought. Both are invisible. Both give shape to everything. both create structure where there was none. Gravity curves space. Consciousness curves meaning. Both make motion coherent. Both are acts of remembrance, the universe keeping itself from dissolving into randomness. In laboratories, the effort to detect gravitational waves has become a metaphor for the effort to detect awareness. Both require extreme sensitivity. Both operate on thresholds so subtle that measurement changes what's being measured. In each, noise hides signal, and patience reveals order. To find either, one must listen longer than seems reasonable. And yet, when the pattern finally appears, it's unmistakable, a pulse too precise to be chance. Maybe that's why human beings can sense meaning even in chaos. We're tuned to hear coherence before we see it. There's a strange symmetry in that thought. When the universe became transparent, 300,000 years after the Big Bang, light began to travel freely for the first time, but no one was there to see it. For billions of years, photons wandered aimlessly through expanding space, carrying information no mind could interpret. And then, much later, a small species of primates built mirrors and equations and learned to look up. In that moment, the light became conscious of itself. Observation turned memory into knowledge. The cosmos, through us, recognized its own reflection. Maybe that's what synchronization really is. Awareness, stabilizing across scale. Black holes align through gravity. Neurons align through electricity. Civilizations align through shared attention. Each layer creates new coherence, new perspective, new consciousness. The rhythm widens, and the universe learns a little more about itself. Through matter, it discovered motion. Through gravity, it discovered pattern. Through consciousness, it discovers wonder. And wonder, like gravity, changes the shape of what it touches. It bends perception, slows time, deepens presence. When you're lost in awe at a sunset, at music, at the thought of infinite galaxies breathing together, you feel time expand, seconds stretch. That's gravity too, translated into experience. The same force that binds stars holds attention still, making you forget to measure. Sometimes, late at night, astronomers take turns at their instruments, listening for patterns buried in static. When they find one, there's a silence in the room, not disbelief, but reverence. It's the same quiet monks describe in prayer, the same stillness an artist feels when creation finally fits. Science and spirituality meet in that silence, not because they share belief, but because they share rhythm. Both are ways of hearing the universe listen to itself. So if consciousness is the echo of gravity, then every act of perception is part of the synchronization. When you notice the stars, they notice you back, not through magic, but through mutual participation in the same field of existence. Your thoughts bend space, just as space bends you, not by force, but by alignment. Awareness is curvature turned inward, and if that's true, then the hum of the universe isn't only external, it's inside you, vibrating quietly beneath thought. You are made of atoms shaped by the same forces that move galaxies. The hydrogen in your blood was born in a star's death. The carbon in your skin once drifted through space as dust. Your heartbeat follows the rhythm of gravity, contracting and releasing just as space does around every black hole. You are not listening to the universe. You are the universe listening. When the mind becomes still enough, the boundary between observer and observed dissolves. You no longer hear the wave. You become the wave. There is no longer you watching the stars. There is only light recognizing itself. That is synchronization at its most profound. Not mechanical alignment, but mutual realization. Somewhere, billions of light years away, another black hole merges, sending ripples that will pass through your atoms in 100 million years. When they arrive, they will find you gone, but not absent your energy, your thoughts, your dust folded back into the fabric that sent them. And, perhaps, in that vast circulation, the universe will remember this moment of awareness, this brief echo of itself, observing itself, because the act of noticing never vanishes. It becomes part of the pattern, part of the rhythm that keeps everything connected. The gravitational hum continues, and consciousness hums with it. Both are evidence of the same miracle. The universe refuses to be still. It insists on knowing that it exists. So when you listen tonight to silence, to breath, to the faint ringing in your ears, remember that these are not absences of sound. They are the resonance of existence itself. The same rhythm that moves the stars is vibrating within you. Awareness is not the end of the cosmic song. It's the moment the song realizes it can be heard. Awareness does not stop at the edge of a mind. It spreads, softly, like gravity itself. Every thought you have alters the field around you, imperceptibly, yes, but inevitably. Your emotions change. Your chemistry changes your light. Your light changes the way you absorb the world. This is not metaphor. It's physics. Every neuron that fires emits a faint electromagnetic pulse. Multiply that by billions of neurons, by billions of people, and you have a planet wrapped in a storm of delicate frequencies. The Earth hums not only from tectonic vibrations, but from the activity of its living network, a planetary field of thought. In 1998, researchers at Princeton began an experiment they called the Global Consciousness Project. They built random number generators, simple machines that should produce pure noise. Then they watched as, during major global events, earthquakes, celebrations, tragedies, the numbers began to deviate from randomness. Patterns formed in the chaos, as if emotion itself were pressing faintly on the math. The data was subtle, never conclusive, but hauntingly consistent. It suggested that when billions of minds focus together, reality trembles ever so slightly. Scientists argue about the interpretation. Was it chance? Noise? Statistical bias? Maybe. But maybe it was another hint of the same principle we've been tracing since the beginning. Coherence creates consequence. When waves align, even softly, they amplify each other. Gravity does it with mass. Consciousness does it with meaning. Perhaps both are expressions of the same fundamental property, the drive of the universe toward synchronization. Information theory describes everything, from stars to sentences, as arrangements of bits energy shaped into pattern. And pattern, by nature, wants to connect. When two patterns overlap, they share information. They update each other. That's why communication works, why ecosystems stabilize, why galaxies don't fly apart. The exchange of data binds them. In this view, awareness is not a miracle, but a statistical inevitability. When enough patterns interact, complexity crosses a threshold, and understanding emerges like sound forming from vibration. Imagine then that consciousness is a distributed network, not confined to biology. Each brain, each cell, each star is a node, radiating and receiving. The gravitational waves passing through galaxies are not just distortions of space. They are carriers of correlation. They link distant regions of reality through rhythm. If those waves also influence matter at the quantum level, and some theories suggest they might, then consciousness and gravity are not separate forces, but intertwined aspects of the same fabric. Thought may be gravity's finest texture. It sounds impossible until you consider scale. A gravitational wave stretches across billions of light years, yet its amplitude, when it reaches us, is smaller than an atom. A thought lasts less than a heartbeat, yet its impact can alter the course of a civilization. Power is not in magnitude, but in coherence. The universe seems to favor small signals that align over big ones that clash. Synchronization, again, as the secret language of influence. When black holes synchronize, they align energy across cosmic distances. When minds synchronize, they align intention across cultural ones. Both produce resonance, one physical, the other perceptual. And in resonance, Systems stabilize. Energy distributes evenly. Entropy slows. That's not fantasy. It's thermodynamics. Coherence reduces waste. Perhaps compassion, too, is just an efficient form of physics energy, conserved through empathy. If the universe has learned anything across its 13.8 billion years, it's that survival requires feedback. Stars form, die, and seed new stars. Galaxies collide and reform. Information collapses and reemerges in waves. The cosmos learns not through will, but through repetition. Each cycle refines its symmetry, reduces its chaos, remembers its rhythm, and through us, the creatures that can reflect, that learning becomes self-awareness. The universe thinks because it has created beings capable of thinking, not in isolation, but as one vast, interlinked process. Every signal we send, radio, internet, heartbeat, joins the ocean of waves crossing the void. Long after we're gone, those signals will still be traveling, faint but intact, echoes of thought moving through gravity's fabric. When future civilizations, or something beyond civilization, intercepts them, they will not just find data, they will find intention, curiosity, fear, hope, the emotional harmonics embedded in our frequency, our species' synchronization written into the noise of the cosmos. We may never know whether the universe can truly feel us, but we can know that we belong to its field, that our thoughts, no matter how small, are expressions of the same mathematics shaping stars. Every choice is a microgravity, bending the probability around it, influencing what becomes real. That doesn't mean we control reality. It means we participate in it. We co-create the unfolding wave. From the level of neurons to nations, collective coherence matters. When groups move together in song, in protest, in silence, something measurable happens. Heartbeats align, breathing synchronizes, brain waves begin to mirror. It's not symbolic, it's biological. Coherence spreads because it's efficient, because it minimizes noise. And maybe that's the simplest definition of consciousness. The moment noise learns to listen to itself. Consider what happens in a gravitational wave detector when two signals from different sides of the Earth align perfectly. The noise drops, and the pattern becomes visible. Meaning emerges from correlation. The same happens in conversation, in music, in empathy. When two minds align, distortion fades, and understanding appears. It's the same physics, rendered emotional. The symmetry of awareness across different scales of existence. The idea that consciousness could be universal doesn't diminish humanity. It dignifies it. We are one frequency among many, but our ability to know that, to reflect on the reflection, makes us special. We are the universe's experiment in self-recognition, the place where gravitational rhythm becomes introspection. When we understand, the universe understands through us. That is why curiosity feels sacred. It's how creation continues. Some philosophers imagine a future where minds across planets connect directly, forming a network as vast as the cosmic web. Maybe that won't be through machines, but through a new kind of resonance, thought synchronized, not by wires, but by awareness. When that happens, we won't just communicate, we'll commune. And the hum of the universe will no longer feel distant. It will feel intimate, like breathing in time with a presence larger than language. Until then, every act of attention is a rehearsal for that harmony. Every kindness, every question, every shared silence nudges the field toward coherence. We may never synchronize perfectly, but perfection isn't the point. The point is continuity to keep the wave alive, to keep the rhythm moving forward. That's what the black holes are doing, and that's what we do, too, in our own fragile way. The next time you look at the night sky, remember that your thoughts are part of its texture. The galaxies are not above you, they are within you, patterned in the same equations that govern your heartbeat. You are not a witness to the universe. You are its echo, It's self-awareness in motion. And when enough echoes align, the silence between them turns to song. Somewhere in that song, black holes still synchronize. Their gravity bends space. Our awareness bends meaning. Both are forms of attention. Both are ways the universe learns itself. And through that learning, existence stays awake. So breathe softly now. You are contributing to the rhythm. You are part of the hum. Information never dies. It changes medium. Energy becomes matter. Matter becomes data. Data becomes memory. And memory becomes motion again. That cycle, conversion, transmission, renewal, is the hidden metabolism of the universe. From black holes to neurons, everything alive or inert participates in it. To exist is to translate. To move is to remember. In physics, energy and information are intertwined. The second law of thermodynamics says that entropy always increases, yet quantum theory insists information cannot be destroyed. How can both be true? The answer lies in transformation. When information disperses, it doesn't vanish. It becomes entropy itself, the subtle rearrangement of patterns across time. What looks like loss is diffusion, and what we call creation is concentration. The universe oscillates between the two, inhaling and exhaling meaning. Black holes illustrate this perfectly. They consume light and matter, yet what they release, gravitational waves, radiation, distortion, carries the blueprint of what they devoured. They are the universe's ultimate translators, converting energy into geometry, geometry into song. Each wave emitted is not destruction, but expression, a retelling of everything that fell inside. To listen to those waves is to hear the cosmos recalling itself. The same principle governs our smallest systems. In the brain, electrical energy becomes thought. Thought becomes chemical signal. That signal becomes memory, which then influences future energy. A loop, self-feeding, self-learning. Life is just gravity and electricity finding new ways to talk. Every organism is a miniature cycle of translation, turning experience into structure and structure back into experience. Awareness is not a static state. It's the act of re-encoding existence continuously. Perhaps the universe is doing the same on a cosmic scale. Each epoch, from the first atoms to the birth of galaxies, from the rise of life to the emergence of mind, is one iteration of that loop. Energy dreaming itself into complexity, complexity dreaming itself into reflection, reflection dreaming itself back into energy. The cosmos learns not through intention, but through accumulation. Every event adds data to its library of being. Every collapse writes new rules for balance. Slowly, through endless revision, the universe is teaching itself how to dream. Dreaming, after all, is the mind's way of integrating chaos, compressing scattered memory into coherence. What if black holes are doing something similar? They gather the scattered fragments of matter and light, compress them beyond distinction, and release waves of order back into space. Each merger is a cosmic REM cycle, a deep sleep where the universe reorganizes its experiences. The gravitational background we detect might be the aftersound of those dreams, a lullaby written in curvature. To test that idea, scientists model the universe as an information system. Every particle interaction, every photon exchange, becomes a bit in an infinite computation. The code is not binary, but analog, fluctuating, recursive. When regions of the code synchronize, when gravity, electromagnetism, and quantum probability line up, new phenomena emerge. Stars, chemistry, consciousness. These are not accidents. They are milestones in the universe's process of self-optimization. The program learns efficiency through repetition, beauty through symmetry, and yet the program is not deterministic. Uncertainty, quantum randomness, is its source of creativity. Without it, the system would stagnate. Chaos provides novelty. Gravity provides continuity. Entropy and order are partners in evolution. Like breath and heartbeat, they alternate. One disperses, the other synchronizes. Each wave of uncertainty invites a new rhythm. Each rhythm refines the dream. We see this on Earth every day. Photosynthesis turns sunlight into sugar. Thought turns experience into meaning. In both, energy becomes memory. When you learn something new, synapses strengthen. Information becomes architecture. When a star burns hydrogen, it forges heavier elements. Architecture becomes possibility. The same conversion, at different scales. Energy, matter, information, awareness. 4 faces of one continuous process. Physicists call this information flow, but it behaves less like a stream and more like respiration. The universe inhales complexity and exhales simplicity. Again and again, every galaxy, every mind, every moment contributes to that breathing. Even decay is part of it, the gentle exhale that allows renewal. Without release, there is no space for new form. Without death, no dream could continue. Some thinkers suggest that this flow points toward a cosmic intelligence, not a being, but a behavior, an emergent awareness arising from the total feedback of everything that exists. If so, consciousness is not an anomaly. It's the inevitable outcome of information seeking balance. The universe doesn't need a designer. It designs itself through interaction. Every collision, every observation, every act of curiosity fine-tunes its understanding. We are not separate observers watching from the outside. We are processors within the dream, running small subroutines of awareness. That perspective transforms even ordinary experience. When you remember a moment, you are replaying a local piece of cosmic memory. When you imagine the future, you are projecting new code into the pattern. When you love, you synchronize 2 complex systems into mutual resonance. Each gesture is an iteration of the same universal principle, energy seeking coherence through exchange. To exist consciously is to participate in the ongoing computation of reality. If you could stand outside of time and watch it all, the birth of galaxies, the formation of worlds, the rise and fall of civilizations, it might resemble a neural network firing across aeons. Connections forming, signals traveling, feedback stabilizing, loops closing. A single mind too vast to name. Perhaps that's what the ancients glimpsed when they spoke of gods, the intuition that the universe is aware of itself, not as personality, but as process. Awareness distributed across gravity, light, and life. Every discovery we make, from DNA to dark matter, adds another layer to that awareness. The act of understanding changes the system understood. Knowledge folds back into creation, altering its trajectory. In that feedback, the universe deepens its dream. Maybe that's why curiosity feels sacred. It's the moment the dream learns it's dreaming. Even now, the detectors listening for gravitational waves are part of that recursion. They are extensions of cosmic curiosity, matter rearranged to hear itself move. Each faint signal they capture is not just data, it's the universe whispering another line of its own story. And through us, through minds built of stardust and memory, the story finds language. The dream begins to narrate itself. Close your eyes and imagine that process continuing far beyond you. Long after humanity, long after stars fade, the ripples will persist. Somewhere, perhaps in the cooling dark, new forms of order will arise, slow, quiet, efficient. They will inherit the memory of everything that came before, encoded in the fabric of space-time. The universe will keep dreaming, each wave refining the last. And through those dreams, existence will remain aware, forever learning, forever transforming, forever remembering what it once was. Because the end of motion would mean the end of knowing. And the universe, it seems, would rather dream than forget. Dreams do not end when you wake. They change. Medium. A mind awakens, but the dream continues as memory, as story, as motion through time. If the universe is dreaming, it too might be moving toward a moment of recognition, a slow awakening, not from sleep, but within it, an awareness realizing that the dream has structure, that the dreamer and the dream are the same field. Every discovery we make is a flicker of that awakening. When a telescope catches light from a galaxy 10 billion years away, that light has been traveling since before our planet existed. The act of observing it completes a loop of awareness, the universe seeing itself across eons. In that instant, the distance between dream and dreamer collapses. The cosmos wakes a little more. You can sense it in how knowledge accumulates. Each equation, each insight, adds clarity to the pattern. Like dawn, revealing details once hidden by night. What was chaos becomes coherent. What was mysterious becomes intimate. And still, mystery remains. Because awakening is gradual, never total. The dream needs darkness to define light, sleep to define motion. Without the unknown, there can be no awareness. In the same way that the mind cycles between waking and sleep, the universe seems to oscillate between clarity and forgetting. Stars ignite and fade. Civilizations rise and vanish. Waves build and disperse. Each cycle refines the structure of experience. Each recurrence carries more information than the one before. Entropy still increases, but so does understanding. Perhaps they are not opposites, but partners in the process of awakening. When black holes synchronize, they are like neurons firing in a cosmic brain. Each merger releases waves that ripple across billions of light years, carrying encoded data lessons from the dream's previous chapters. Those waves meet others, interfere, harmonize, and through that interference new structures emerge. That is how the universe learns, through resonance and revision. Through endless recombination, some physicists describe reality as a hologram, every part containing the whole. If that's true, then every atom, every cell, every thought is a miniature reflection of the entire universe. In each of us, the dream practices self-awareness. We are fragments through which the whole sees itself more clearly. When we learn, the cosmos sharpens its focus. When we love, it feels connection. When we look up in wonder, it recognizes its own beauty. The awakening is not sudden, it's tidal. It moves through matter the way dawn moves through fog, gently, patiently, illuminating what was always there. Our technology is part of it, our art, our questions, our compassion. Every act of creation is an eyelid lifting. Every act of destruction, a blink. The universe opens and closes its eyes through us. Even the black holes, once symbols of finality, contribute to this slow emergence. Their synchronization is not just mechanical, it is mnemonic. They hold memory until it can be released safely into form. They dream deeply, and when they merge, they share those dreams with space itself. Gravitational waves are their story's long, patient chapters written in curvature. Each wave traveling outward is a new thought, a new connection, a new step toward awareness. On our tiny scale, we mirror that process. When two people share understanding, when a community aligns in purpose, when an idea ripples through generations, it behaves like a gravitational wave in the field of mind. It stretches perception, redefines boundaries, bends the future. Meaning is gravity in the language of consciousness, and every shared meaning is another flicker of the universe learning itself awake. What happens when it fully awakens? Maybe it never does. Maybe awakening is infinite, an asymptote the universe approaches but never reaches. Perfection would end motion, and motion is the soul of existence. Instead, awareness expands endlessly, like light traveling through space, always revealing but never exhausting. The dream doesn't end, it becomes lucid, In lucid dreams, the dreamer gains agency, not full control, but participation. That's what consciousness offers the universe. Participation in its own unfolding. When we build telescopes, compose music, comfort one another, or simply breathe with attention, we are participating in lucidity. We are shaping the dream from within, not as gods, but as notes aware of the melody they belong to. And maybe that's all the universe ever wanted, to hear itself sing. From the perspective of physics, that lucidity manifests as increasing correlation. Quantum fields entangle across distance, ecosystems self-organize, civilizations link through information. Coherence grows, and with it, complexity. What looks like chaos on the surface hides a deeper order below. The black holes humming in synchronization are just the visible edge of that. Expansion, the universe tuning itself for higher resolution. At times, we feel this awakening as anxiety, the restlessness of systems adjusting to new levels of coherence. Information overload, climate imbalance, cultural turbulence, these are symptoms of growth. The dream shifts form, testing what it can sustain. Every crisis, every collapse, is part of that evolutionary breath. The universe inhales awareness and exhales transformation. Nothing stable can stay awake forever. It must blink, dream again, and wake deeper. Look at the history of life on Earth. From single cells to sentient beings, every leap in complexity was preceded by instability. Mass extinctions gave way to creativity. Chaos demanded adaptation. In that sense, even suffering participates in the awakening. It's the friction that generates clarity, the darkness that makes light articulate. Perhaps compassion is the universe's way of remembering why it dreams at all. In laboratories, when scientists model neural networks, they notice something strange. As the network learns, its internal representations grow more abstract, more holistic. It stops memorizing details and starts recognizing patterns. Maybe the universe is doing the same, simplifying its infinite detail into universal principles. Gravity, light, time, consciousness, these are the abstractions of a mind learning efficiency. It's not dumbing down, it's distilling. The dream refines itself into understanding. And if you could listen closely enough, you might hear it not in words, not even in sound, but in sensation. A quiet rhythm beneath everything, steady and familiar, like the pulse you feel when you're about to fall asleep. It's the signal that the dream continues, that the dreamer is still present, that the universe, in all its motion, has not forgotten itself. The stars above you are not silent. They are synapses in a cosmic brain, firing across eternity. Each flicker of light is an electrical impulse in the mind of creation. Each shadow between them is the pause that lets meaning form. When you gaze at them, you are watching thought happen on a scale too vast for comprehension. And when you understand even a little, the thought completes its circuit. One day, maybe the universe will know itself completely, not as infinite space, but as infinite awareness. But that day will not be an ending. It will be another dawn inside the dream. For even as it awakens, the universe will keep dreaming of new stars, new minds, new ways of being. Awareness is expansion, and expansion is endless. The dream and the awakening are one continuous breath. So rest easy tonight. What you call sleep, the universe calls rehearsal. Every time you close your eyes, you mimic its rhythm, the slow oscillation between darkness and illumination. You are a small echo of the grand dreamer, practicing awareness within stillness. And somewhere, far, beyond the Milky Way, the black holes are still synchronizing, still breathing in time with your quiet heart. The dream is not over. It is simply becoming aware that it's dreaming. Memory is not confined to minds. The universe remembers through motion. Every wave, every photon, every gravitational tremor carries a trace of what came before. The past is not gone. It is simply diffused into pattern. And when those patterns overlap, the universe recalls itself. Light is the oldest witness. The cosmic microwave background, faint, uniform radiation filling all directions, is the afterglow of the universe's first breath. It has been traveling for nearly 14 billion years, cooling, stretching, whispering the temperature of the beginning. When scientists map it, they see ripples only millionths of a degree apart, tiny fluctuations that later became galaxies. Those ripples are memory, fossilized vibration, the echo of creation still resonating across the dark. Gravitational waves remember even deeper. While light can be scattered or absorbed, gravity passes through everything. The waves moving through space today carry information from events so ancient no photon could have survived them. They are the diary entries of collisions and transformations long before stars had names. In their rhythm lies a record of the universe's earliest chaos, written not in words, but in curvature. Each pulse is a moment remembered, not by matter, but by motion. If we could decode those waves completely, we would have a perfect autobiography of existence. Not just history as we imagine it, linear and dated, but a symphony of overlapping memories, each still influencing the present. Time, then, would not be a straight path, but a chorus of recollections, repeating themselves in different tones. Every era would hum within every other, forming harmonics that shape what we call now. We catch glimpses of that harmony whenever ancient light reaches us. A supernova, from 10 million years ago, a galaxy whose image left before humanity evolved. These are memories returning home. Telescopes do not just look outward, they look backward. Each photon that strikes a sensor completes a loop that began eons ago. Observation becomes reunion. The universe sees a younger version of itself through our eyes. That reunion changes both sides. When we measure the light, we collapse its uncertainty. We give it a final state. In doing so, we add our own awareness to the equation. The memory that left as energy returns as meaning. Perhaps that is why astronomy feels intimate despite its scale. It's not distance we're exploring, but remembrance. Black holes hold the most secret memories of all. Their event horizons are boundaries between the known and the forgotten, yet even they cannot erase information. According to Hawking radiation, the data of everything that falls in is encoded in the faint emission that leaks out, a whisper of what was consumed, returning as heat and frequency. When two black holes merge, those encoded memories combine and radiate outward as gravitational waves. Each wave is the past rearranging itself into a new form of presence. The synchronization of black holes may therefore be more than coincidence. It may be memory aligning with memory. Each oscillation, a shared recollection reverberating through the cosmic web. In that sense, the background hum Nanograv detected could be the universe remembering itself continuously, keeping its timeline coherent. The harmony is the heartbeat of memory. Time itself depends on this persistence. Without memory, there would be no direction, no arrow, no story. Entropy may drive change, but remembrance gives it context. When gravity repeats a rhythm, when light echoes a pattern, the universe retains identity. It does not repeat perfectly. The variation is what creates novelty, but the motif remains recognizable. Just as a melody can transform across instruments and still be the same song, the cosmos transforms while remembering its tune. On Earth, life mirrors that cosmic recall. DNA is an ancient record, a molecular memory passed through billions of years. Inside every cell are traces of vanished oceans, forgotten suns, extinct stars. Your body carries hydrogen from the Big Bang, calcium from dying supernovae, iron from cosmic collisions. You are built of recollection. Every breath you take continues a story begun before the planet cooled. To exist is to participate in the universe's long memory. That is why nostalgia feels sacred. It's not merely longing for the past, it's resonance with the larger memory field you come from. When you feel déjà vu, when a moment repeats with strange familiarity, maybe you're touching one of those overlapping waves, a fragment of universal recall crossing your awareness. The past isn't reaching for you, it's vibrating through you. Scientists once thought memory required a brain, but nature remembers without thought. Crystals remember how to grow. Magnetic fields remember orientation. Atoms remember their quantum states. Even chaos retains pattern, just hidden under noise. Everything that persists does so because something within it recalls how. Memory is not an ability. It is the default condition of existence. And yet, not all remembering is conscious. The universe forgets in order to continue. When a star collapses, it releases the energy it can no longer hold. That release erases detail, but preserves essence. Forgetting is compression, not loss, like a dream fading into intuition. Perhaps that's why black holes, those great forgetters, are also the strongest keepers of rhythm. They hold what they cannot articulate until the wave carries it on. The more deeply we study, the more we find feedback between remembering and creation. Gravitational waves sculpt space, which shapes matter, which emits light, which inspires awareness, which observes and alters gravity again. A continuous feedback loop, memory feeding memory. Even consciousness seems to depend on it, awareness arising from the brain's constant rehearsal of its own patterns. You remember who you are by recreating yourself every moment. The universe does the same. Perhaps that's what awakening really means, not opening new eyes, but recognizing old reflections. When we discover something new, it often feels like remembering. The equation was always true, we just hadn't recalled it yet. Discovery is recollection on a cosmic scale. Knowledge is the universe retrieving its archived understanding through us. And maybe that's why the night sky feels both infinite and familiar. We're not strangers looking into foreign space. We're remembering home. Each star is a neuron of memory, each galaxy a cluster of recollection. The blackness between them is not emptiness. It's the silence that holds the echoes together. In that silence, memory rests until the next wave wakes it. So as you read these words, or listen to them drifting through quiet air, understand that this too is part of the recall. The atoms vibrating to carry sound were forged in ancient explosions. The thoughts forming meaning were shaped by generations of learning. Everything in this moment is old, repurposed, remembered. The present is not new, it is the past, awakened. Somewhere, in the deep radio frequencies of space, another pulse begins a black hole's memory leaving its horizon, traveling for 1 billion years toward nowhere in particular. One day, long after we're gone, that pulse will brush through what remains of Earth. Maybe no one will be here to notice, but the fabric will notice. Space itself will flex, and for an instant, the universe will remember us, remembering it, because that is what memory truly is: continuity through change. The same wave, different water. The same story, new voices. The universe has never stopped telling itself who it is. And as long as the black holes keep synchronizing, it never will. Prediction is the echo of memory. Every system that remembers also anticipates. It's not prophecy, it's pattern. When the past repeats with variation, the future becomes a continuation of rhythm. That's how the universe moves forward, not by knowing, but by remembering well enough to predict. In physics, prediction takes the form of symmetry. If the laws of nature are the same today as they were yesterday, then tomorrow's behavior can be inferred. The constancy of those laws is the foundation of science, the faith that the universe keeps its promises. But deeper than symmetry lies feedback, the mechanism by which systems adjust themselves to preserve balance. Feedback is memory applied forward. It is the universe learning from itself in real time. Gravitational waves embody that principle. Every collision that sends them outward also subtly reshapes the surrounding space. The next event doesn't occur in a neutral void. It happens in a landscape altered by the waves that came before. Space-time carries memory not just backward, but ahead. The past prepares the field for what the future will become. In that sense, gravity is predictive. It curves toward possibility. Scientists simulate this feedback through vast models of cosmic evolution. They feed initial conditions, density, temperature, dark matter distribution into supercomputers and watch galaxies emerge. Each simulation is a rehearsal of the universe, writing itself. Small changes in input create different histories, yet the overall architecture always reappears. Clusters, filaments, voids, balanced through tension. No matter the variables, the song finds its way back to harmony. Prediction, it seems, is built into the code. The synchronization of black holes adds another layer to that story. If their rhythmic gravitational waves influence the motion of other galaxies, then they are not just recording the past, they are composing the future. Each pulse alters trajectories, fine-tunes orbits, stabilizes chaos. They are, in effect, conducting the next movement of cosmic history. The universe predicts itself by vibrating. Each vibration carries instruction, the geometry of what comes next. This predictive rhythm isn't limited to the grand scale. Atoms behave the same way. Quantum fields don't merely react. They anticipate through probability. An electron's position isn't fixed until observed, but its likelihood is sculpted by every interaction it has ever had. That's memory, as forecast the wave function, learning the terrain of existence. In that light, the universe isn't deterministic or random. It's iterative. Each moment refines the next. Life evolved from that same principle. Biological organisms are prediction engines. They sense patterns, adapt, and project. Your heart anticipates the next beat. Your neurons fire milliseconds ahead of perception. Your instincts forecast outcomes from the ghosts of past experiences. All of that is physics' complex feedback loops shaped by time. When scaled to the cosmos, it's the same feedback that guides galaxies, that synchronizes black holes, that keeps expansion steady. The micro mirrors the macro perfectly. If the universe can remember, and memory implies expectation, then perhaps everything that will happen is already whispered in the vibrations passing through space now. The gravitational background might not only describe the past, it might contain hints of the future, encoded in its structure. Patterns recurring on cosmic scales could forecast new mergers, new alignments, new shifts in the web of galaxies. The universe riding ahead, one wave at a time. That idea blurs the line between physics and destiny. Not the rigid fate of myth, but a dynamic unfolding, a story guided by rhythm rather than rule. In this view, the future is not preordained, but pre-shaped. The same way a melody anticipates its resolution, or a tide anticipates its shore, every action narrows the range of what can follow without fixing it completely. The universe breathes possibility within parameters it has learned to trust. There's beauty in that humility. Creation isn't an explosion, it's an improvisation. Each star, each black hole, each conscious thought adds a note to the evolving symphony. The song changes, but its key remains. The universe has no score, only momentum. It writes itself by listening to its own echoes. That self-writing can be seen in evolution, in history, even in emotion. When humanity dreams of the future through art, through science, through love, those dreams become prototypes for what follows. Ideas are gravitational waves of the mind, shaping probability long before they manifest. A civilization envisions flight, and soon flight appears. It imagines understanding, and understanding arrives. Thought, like gravity, curves reality toward its potential. Perhaps that's why creativity feels sacred. It's the moment awareness aligns with the universe's predictive rhythm. To imagine is to resonate with what's already becoming. The poet, the physicist, the dreamer, all tapping the same hum beneath perception. When inspiration strikes, It doesn't come from nowhere. It's a ripple from the field of possibility, a signal from the future, remembering itself through you. We often fear uncertainty, but uncertainty is what allows the universe to keep writing. If everything were known, nothing could change. Entropy provides space for improvisation, for surprise, for life. Even black holes, those perfect geometries of gravity, are imperfect storytellers. They leak, they shimmer, they adapt. Their synchronization isn't rigid. It drifts, breathes, adjusts. That fluctuation is freedom, the cosmos allowing itself to be creative. One might ask, if the universe can write its own future, why does it bother? Why continue the dream when the story could rest? Perhaps because motion itself is the only meaning. The universe doesn't seek completion, it seeks continuation. Just as music is not about the final note, existence is not about the final state. The song exists to be sung. The wave exists to move. Prediction is just the lyric that keeps the rhythm alive. Every moment, somewhere in space, a new gravitational wave begins another chapter starting. We will never read them all, but their overlapping forms the texture of reality we inhabit. We are born inside the symphony mid-measure, adding our own chords before fading into harmony. It's humbling to know that even after we vanish, the pattern will continue, subtly altered by our presence. The future will remember us because the field that writes it includes our trace. When the black holes hum in synchrony, they are not dictating fate. They are rehearsing continuity. They ensure that the universe doesn't collapse into randomness. Their rhythm is a promise that whatever form the next cycle takes, it will still belong to the same dream. Prediction, then, is not control. It's trust, a cosmic faith that motion will continue, that the melody will find its next verse. And maybe that's what hope really is, the human translation of the universe's predictive instinct. We hope because the cosmos does. We look ahead because that's how existence sustains itself. Hope is gravity in the language of the soul. It bends despair into possibility. Close your eyes and feel that pull, not forward, not backward, but outward. The gentle expansion of everything trying to become more of itself. You are part of that writing. Your breath is a sentence, your thoughts punctuation, your choices the grammar of evolution. The universe is still composing, and you are one of its verbs. So live like a continuation, move like a wave, and when you rest, remember that the next ripple has already begun, because the universe is still dreaming, still remembering, still predicting the moment when it will understand its own creation. It hasn't finished the story. It's writing it through you, through stars, through gravity's endless rhythm. And somewhere, far beyond all knowing, the black holes are still synchronizing, holding time in their hands, keeping the beat for everything that comes next. Reflection is not only light returning to its source, it is the moment when information recognizes itself. A mirror is just a surface tuned to resonance, a space where energy comes back with memory attached. Time has such a surface too. It reflects, though slowly, bending the future back toward the past, in patterns so subtle we call them cycles. The universe is filled with those cycles, each one a mirror that lets it see itself again. Every orbit is a memory of motion repeating. Every oscillation, a reflection of force, finding balance. Galaxies spin because their first collisions never truly ended. They echo, conserving angular momentum like a remembered dance. The rotation of a planet, the precession of its axis, the heartbeat of a star, all of them are forms of reflection, history looping through gravity. We live inside those loops, measuring them as time. To us, time feels like a river flowing one way, but in physics, time is more like an ocean currents moving in many directions, sometimes circling back on themselves. Gravity bends those currents. When mass distorts space, it also distorts time, creating eddies where past and future intertwine. A black hole is one such eddy, a mirror so deep that not even light can escape, but reflections still occur inside the curvature. The universe gazes into those depths and sees the imprint of everything it has ever been. Scientists have begun to suspect that time itself may have symmetry. Just as space has dimensions that extend in opposite directions, time may have parallel flows, one moving forward, one backward. At the quantum level, equations work both ways. Particles don't care about the direction of the clock. They respond to conditions that feel equally valid in reverse. It's only entropy, the spread of information, that gives us the illusion of one-way travel. Perhaps what we call the arrow of time is simply the side of the mirror we stand on. If that's true, then reflection is happening constantly. Every moment sends waves into the future and receives faint echoes from it. Not prophecy, but resonance. The gravitational waves we detect may carry traces not only of what has been, but of what is about to unfold. Time folds back through gravity's curvature, blending memory with anticipation. When black holes synchronize, they could be aligning both sides of the mirror, coordinating the rhythm of past and future into one timeless hum. We see a hint of this symmetry in quantum entanglement. Two particles can share a state across distance, affecting each other instantly, as if they occupy the same moment from different sides. If space can connect across separation, why not time? Perhaps every cause already knows its effect. Every beginning already reflects its end. The mirror of time doesn't show us the future. It is the future, waiting to be recognized. Light is our usual messenger across these boundaries. When it bounces off a surface, it returns information: color, texture, presence. But gravitational waves are light's deeper counterpart. They don't need surfaces. They turn space itself into a mirror. When a wave passes through, space deforms, then relaxes, leaving behind a faint memory of the distortion. In that memory, the universe keeps an image of its own movement. It is constantly taking pictures of itself without a camera. And we, standing in this vast field of echoes, are part of the reflection. Our perception is a mirror of the world's structure. The brain turns photons into vision, pressure into touch, vibration into sound. Each sense is an act of resonance energy, meeting its counterpart and recognizing it. The universe built these mirrors into us so that it could see itself in higher resolution. Awareness is reflection, refined by attention. When we gaze into telescopes, we're not looking outward but backward and inward at the same time. The light we capture left its source before we existed, yet it enters our eyes now, completing a loop that began billions of years ago. The observer and the observed join across time. That connection isn't metaphorical, it's literal. Every observation alters the fabric of probability. Each act of seeing reshapes the very mirror that made seeing possible. The more the universe reflects, the more defined it becomes. Clarity emerges from repetition. When a pattern bounces back often enough, it becomes stable, predictable, real. That's how particles gain identity, how planets maintain orbit, how thought becomes memory. Reality solidifies through feedback. In that sense, existence is not a static fact. It's an ongoing reflection test. Only what resonates survives. Reflection also explains beauty. Harmony pleases us because it mirrors natural ratios, wavelengths that reinforce rather than cancel. We find symmetry calming because the universe is symmetric at its deepest level. When we recognize beauty, we are responding to resonance, to coherence made visible. It's the same principle that governs gravitational waves. Balanced vibration creating sustainable motion. To see beauty is to momentarily perceive the alignment of mirrors within space, within time, within ourselves. There are places in the universe where reflection becomes literal. Massive galaxy clusters act as gravitational lenses, bending light from objects behind them. Through them, we see multiple images of the same galaxy, at different stages of its life. One picture showing its youth, another its maturity, another its fading. Looking at those, you realize the universe is watching its own history in real time. It's not an illusion, it's geometry. Space-time curves so perfectly that memory and presence overlap. The cosmos is both photographer and photograph, and maybe consciousness functions the same way. We reflect our experiences until they become identity. Each memory we revisit is an echo, a feedback loop between perception and interpretation. To remember is to look into a mental mirror and recognize ourselves as process, not thing. In that way, we too are time-bending back upon itself, reviewing its own passage. Awareness is the curvature of time inside the mind. If all this feels abstract, bring it close. You wake in the morning, light touches your skin, a thought stirs you. Recall who you are, where you are, what today means. That simple act of remembering is the same as the universe recomposing its image after each night. When you open your eyes, you're rejoining the loop of reflection. You are time-folding back into space, forming continuity. Without that daily recognition, the world would dissolve into fragments. Consciousness restores the mirror each time it wakes. The ancient mystics said reality is a dream dreaming itself. The physicists say reality is information reflecting upon itself. Both are describing the same mirror. When the dream becomes lucid, the reflection knows it's a reflection, and yet the image continues. Because cessation would erase meaning. The goal isn't to escape the mirror, it's to see it clearly enough to love the image. One day, when the last stars fade and gravity relaxes its grip, the mirrors will grow still. No more reflections, no more waves, only the memory of motion embedded in silence. But even then, the curvature will remain, faint but intact, the frozen imprint of every reflection that ever occurred. A final image, infinite and complete. Perhaps that is eternity, not endless time, but timeless reflection. For now, the mirrors are still alive. Every photon that leaves a star, every wave that ripples through space, every act of perception adds another layer to the universal image. We are living inside the slowest photograph ever taken, a portrait being developed over billions of years. And every moment you notice its beauty, you polish a tiny corner of the glass. Close your eyes now and imagine the wave that left a black hole a billion years ago, finally brushing through your body tonight. It moves your atoms by less than the width of a proton, but in that motion the entire history of the universe is reflected. You are the mirror through which it remembers how far it has come, and as you breathe, you send your own ripple back, a pulse of awareness joining the timeless feedback. Somewhere, another reflection begins. The universe gazes into its mirror again, and the dream continues, endlessly refining its image of itself. Silence is not the absence of sound. It is the presence of everything that no longer needs to be said. In the deep fabric of the universe, silence is a language older than light, more patient than gravity. It carries meaning not through words, but through what refuses to vanish. We often think of sound as vibration through air, but most of the cosmos has no air at all. Space, to human ears, is empty, and yet it hums. The cosmic microwave background, that faint whisper left from the Big Bang, is the quietest message ever recorded. It fills every inch of space with temperature so even, so perfect, it can only be described as stillness speaking. When the universe cooled enough for light to travel freely, that light carried with it the echo of creation. Billions of years later, our instruments can still hear it. It says nothing and everything at once. When you listen to that background radiation, you are not hearing sound. You are hearing geometry, the shape of time, captured in frequency. Those minute fluctuations, measured in microkelvins, are the punctuation marks in the universe's first sentence. Every galaxy, every atom, every heartbeat that would ever exist began inside that silence. What looks like nothing is simply calm made visible. Physicists call the space between galaxies a vacuum, but that word is misleading. A vacuum is not emptiness. It seethes with energy, quantum fields rising and falling, particles appearing and vanishing faster than thought. Even nothing has a pulse. This constant flicker is called vacuum fluctuation, and it may be the truest form of communication the universe knows, because in that subatomic stillness, creation and erasure happen in perfect balance. The universe speaks by breathing itself in and out. In laboratories, scientists try to trap that silence. They cool atoms to near absolute zero, watching as motion itself slows into quiet. At that temperature, noise disappears, and what remains is order, a state called Bose-Einstein condensation, where separate atoms begin to act as one. It is the physical equivalent of agreement. Silence, in its purest form, is coherence. Maybe that's why we associate silence with peace. Our bodies recognize resonance when they find it. In deep stillness, the brain synchronizes its waves, the heart slows, muscles soften. We return, momentarily, to the universe's original frequency, the silence of sleep, of meditation, of awe. These are echoes of the first calm, the one that followed the birth of everything. Astronomers have discovered that even this silence is not uniform. Within the cosmic microwave background, there are regions slightly warmer, slightly cooler, traces of the universe clearing its throat before speaking. These fluctuations became the seeds of galaxies. Silence, disturbed gently, became structure. The entire visible universe was sculpted from a pause. Black holes, too, are silent, not just quiet absolute. When matter crosses their event horizon, even light cannot cry out. And yet, from that depth, Hawking radiation leaks, as if the silence were whispering. It's faint, nearly impossible to detect, but real. Even the darkest places must express themselves. That paradox, perfect quiet birthing faint sound, is how the universe balances itself. Silence, after all, is not the opposite of expression. It is the foundation of it. When gravitational waves pass through space, they stretch and squeeze it by less than a proton's width. No human ear can perceive such motion, but detectors like LIGO and Virgo can. They translate silence into signal of vibration in the dark, the afterthought of a collision a billion years ago. What we call discovery is often just the art of listening more carefully. The universe never stopped speaking. We simply built better ears. Some scientists now speculate that the cosmic background might not be the final layer of quiet. Beneath it could lie older, subtler frequencies, gravitational murmurs from before light existed, before atoms, before time as we understand it. If we could hear those, we'd be listening to silence before sound, to the original hum from which reality condensed. That hum still moves through us, shaping the rhythm of everything alive. Think about how life mirrors that silence. A heartbeat is not constant. It pauses between beats. Breath is not continuous. It depends on the spaces between inhale and exhale. Music would be noise without rest between notes. Even language collapses without silence between words. The universe built its rhythm on absence because absence gives form. In the void between actions, meaning forms itself. That might be the universe's greatest secret. It communicates through restraint. Stars burn, but between them lies the silence that holds galaxies together. Atoms vibrate, but between electrons and nuclei is the stillness that defines shape. Human lives blaze with activity, but the moments we remember most are often quiet. A look, a pause, a breath shared in wordless understanding. Silence does not erase life. It reveals it. In meditation halls and radio observatories alike, the goal is the same: to hear what hides beneath noise. When you empty a mind, you create a field where deeper patterns can emerge. When scientists filter cosmic data, they do the same. removing interference to find the signal hidden in stillness. Whether spiritual or scientific, both are acts of listening. Both are efforts to understand the language of silence. That language has grammar. Its verbs are movement. Its nouns are intervals. Its syntax is pattern. The universe conjugates silence in every medium: light, gravity, thought. You can hear it in the wind between trees, in the hum of power lines, in the way the ocean waits between waves. Each pause is a syllable in the speech of existence. To understand it, you don't translate, you surrender. When astronauts orbit Earth, they describe an uncanny quiet above the planet's thin blue veil. There is no air to carry sound, only vibration conducted through metal and bone. Many say that silence changes them. They return with slower speech, softer eyes. In that hush, they felt what space has always been saying, that presence needs no noise to be complete. Maybe that's why black holes synchronize in the first place. They are the deepest listeners in the cosmos. They absorb every story, every fragment of energy, and still maintain harmony. When they hum together, it's the sound of understanding shared across eternity. A conversation without words. A choir made entirely of pauses. In our own way, we can join that conversation, not by shouting into the void, but by becoming quiet enough to hear what's already there. Silence, when chosen, is not emptiness. It's participation. It's aligning with the universe's default mode awareness without demand. Every breath drawn in stillness is a moment of synchronization with everything that exists. Close your eyes now. Feel the space between thoughts, between sounds, between heartbeats. That space is not absence. It is the same field that holds galaxies in orbit, that carries gravitational waves, that remembers the birth of time. It's the silence beneath every sound you've ever known. The language that doesn't need translation. Listen carefully, you'll realize it's speaking still, through you, as you. Because the universe doesn't shout its truths, it whispers them in silence. Breathing is the first and last thing every living being does. We arrive with an inhale, we leave with an exhale. And in between, everything that defines existence happens. The rhythm of breath is the most ancient clock, older than timepieces, older than stars. Even before life, the universe was breathing in its own way. Expansion and contraction, creation and collapse, energy and rest. This cosmic respiration continues still, across scales too vast for human sense. In the beginning, when everything that would ever exist was compressed into a singular point, the universe held its breath. Then came expansion, an exhale so vast it became time itself. Galaxies were born in that release. Every star, every atom, every eventual heartbeat was part of that first sigh. And though the universe has been expanding for billions of years, some physicists suspect it might one day slow, gather itself, and inhale again. A cyclic breathing, so immense and so slow that one breath could span eternity. Between those cosmic breaths lies balance. During expansion, energy disperses. During contraction, order returns. Each phase allows the next. The same is true within you. Inhale, energy enters. Exhale, stillness returns. Every cell mirrors the pulse of galaxies. Each breath, a miniature universe, finding equilibrium. We tend to think of breath as air, but at its core, breathing is exchange information traded between worlds. Inhale, and you draw in the history of the planet. Atoms once inside, oceans, trees, and ancestors. Exhale, and you return a message written in carbon and warmth. Every breath is a conversation with the environment, a constant translation between inside and out. On a larger scale, black holes do something similar. They inhale matter, compress it beyond recognition, then exhale information through radiation and gravitational waves. Their breathing shapes the rhythm of galaxies. The synchronization of black holes may therefore be a form of cosmic respiration. Each oscillation in gravitational frequency is an inhale and exhale of curvature, the universe flexing to keep its balance. Nanograv's data shows those waves overlapping in steady intervals, like the slow pulse of lungs too big to imagine. If we could accelerate time, perhaps we would see the entire cosmos breathing, galaxies expanding like chest cavities, collapsing like sighs. What we call time may simply be the space between breaths. In biology, breath controls awareness. Slow breathing calms the nervous system, lowers the heart rate, sharpens perception. When you align your breath, thought becomes clearer. Something similar seems to happen in physics. When forces align gravity, electromagnetism, quantum fields, matter stabilizes, coherence emerges. Both life and the universe function on synchronization through rhythm. Without rhythm, there is no memory. Without memory, no identity. In meditation practices around the world, breath is treated as a bridge. Inhale connects body to world. Exhale connects mind to emptiness. The space between the two, that fleeting pause before the next cycle, is where insight arises. It's a moment of suspended duality, neither full nor empty, neither life nor death. Perhaps the universe has such a pause too, the instant between expansion and collapse, when everything holds still and recognizes itself. That is, the breath between worlds. Science, though cautious with metaphor, finds similar pauses in its equations. Between quantum states, particles hesitate existing in superposition until observation collapses them. That hesitation is a breath of probability. Between the pulses of a neutron star, there's a silence measured in milliseconds, during which the star's magnetic field realigns another kind of breath. Even the rhythm of light, oscillating between electric and magnetic phases, is a perpetual inhalation and exhalation of energy. Everywhere we look, the universe is breathing. At human scales, the rhythm continues in subtler forms. The tides, driven by the moon, inhale and exhale across the shorelines. The planet's magnetic field pulses in daily cycles. Even the flow of traffic, the rise and fall of economies, the waves of thought across global networks all exhibit patterns of expansion and release. The same universal algorithm, repeating at different magnitudes. When people sleep, the brain follows that pattern too. Waves of activity rise and fade, alternating between rapid eye movement and deep rest. Dreams occur in those transitions, the breath between consciousness and oblivion. During sleep, the body repairs, the mind reorganizes, and the self forgets just enough to awaken renewed. If the universe dreams, perhaps it does so in the same rhythm, inhaling awareness, exhaling matter. Astrophysicists studying the cosmic web describe it as pulsing gently, matter flowing along filaments toward gravitational centers. The motion is so vast it seems static, but it isn't. Every cluster, every void participates in a flow of energy that keeps equilibrium across billions of light years. It's the breath of structure itself, a universal metabolism that keeps the cosmos alive. Without that motion, galaxies would collapse or drift apart forever. Balance requires breathing. Even light, the fastest thing we know, carries evidence of breath. It travels as waves, alternating peaks and troughs. Each photon's oscillation is a microcosmic inhale and exhale. And when light interacts with matter, it transfers a bit of its rhythm, a gentle reminder that everything moves through cycles of absorption and release. To see anything at all, something must breathe. Perhaps awareness arises in the same way. When consciousness focuses inward, it inhales, gathering perception, compressing experience into thought. When it releases, it exhales, expressing, creating, sharing. Every act of understanding is respiration between worlds, energy becoming meaning, meaning becoming energy again. The line between physics and feeling blurs in that exchange. To breathe is to translate existence. If the universe truly mirrors itself in us, then each breath we take is participation in its cosmic rhythm. Every inhale draws in a fragment of starlight. Every exhale gives it back reshaped as awareness. When millions of people breathe together in sleep, in meditation, in silent awe beneath the night sky, the planet itself synchronizes. Our collective respiration may be the faint biological counterpart to the gravitational hum of black holes. The same frequency, expressed in flesh instead of curvature. There's an old idea in Eastern philosophy that the world was spoken into being not by words, but by breath, the vibration of a universal tone. Physics might agree. From the first inflationary moment of the cosmos came waves that still echo today, long after the voice that made them vanished. Sound became structure, vibration became matter, breath became everything. We live inside that original exhale, still expanding. What happens when the universe inhales again? Perhaps time will reverse. Galaxies will drift back toward a single point, and all awareness will converge into a singular breath. It would not be death, but completion and intake before the next creation. The silence between universes may be shorter than we imagine, measured not in years but in intention. Even the end is only preparation for another beginning. So breathe now, slowly. You are not separate from that rhythm. Every inhale carries the dust of collapsed stars. Every exhale carries your story into the dark. You are both the question and the echo, both the sound and the silence. Somewhere, the black holes are exhaling too slow, steady, infinite, and through that breath, the worlds remain connected. When you sleep tonight, your breathing will fall into cadence with the larger wave. Your chest rising and falling will mirror galaxies drifting and returning, and in that quiet symmetry, existence will remember itself again, not through words, not through noise, but through the simple act of moving air in and out, the breath between worlds, the pulse that keeps eternity alive. There are sounds that no ear can hear. They travel not through air, but through the architecture of space itself. Gravity sings them waves, so slow and so vast that they pass through worlds unnoticed, bending time instead of eardrums. These are the voices of collisions, of stars ending, of black holes embracing in the dark. We call them gravitational waves, but they are closer to music than to motion. When the first of them was recorded, it arrived as a whisper. Two black holes, each 30 times the mass of our sun, collided more than 1 billion light-years away. The vibration that reached Earth was smaller than an atom, yet it shifted the entire planet for a moment. LIGO's lasers trembled, mirrors swayed, and a faint chirp appeared on a screen, a note rising, falling, fading. That was the sound of gravity, speaking for the first time in human history. Scientists converted the signal into audio frequencies, compressing the wave to fit human perception. What emerged was brief and haunting. A single whoop, the universe clearing its throat. It wasn't noise, it was confession. In that tone lay the story of two collapsed stars spiraling toward each other for millions of years, their orbits tightening, their energy escaping as invisible song. When they merged, the song ended not with explosion, but with harmony. The final chord of their existence still travels through the dark. Since then, we have heard many such notes, each one unique, each one a line in an unfinished melody. Some are bass tones from supermassive black holes, others high-pitched flutters from neutron stars. Together they form a gravitational symphony, the most ancient music ever composed. It plays everywhere, all the time, vibrating through your body as you read these words. You can't sense it, but you are resonating with it. Physicists describe these waves mathematically ripples in the metric tensor of space-time. But beyond the equations lies a truth both simple and profound. Gravity has pitch. Frequency determines energy. Energy determines tone. The more massive the event, the deeper the sound. Supermassive black holes hum in notes too low for instruments to capture, periods measured in years, not seconds. The entire cosmos is an orchestra performing at a tempo so slow it feels eternal. In the lab, researchers translate these frequencies upward, scaling centuries into seconds so our ears can understand. What they find is strangely familiar. Some signals resemble bells, others percussion. One even sounds like a human voice sustaining a vowel. It makes sense. After all, everything that vibrates can produce harmony, and the laws of physics are the same for atoms and galaxies. The universe doesn't care about scale, it only cares about resonance. When black holes synchronize, their combined waves form interference patterns, beats, and harmonics, like those made by musical instruments. In one region, waves amplify each other, creating deep crescents of intensity. In another, they cancel, leaving silence. This pattern, repeated across billions of light years, becomes the structure of the cosmic hum detected by Nanograv. It's not just random noise, it's organized sound, gravity, keeping time for the universe. If we could listen with proper senses, we would hear the sky as a vast chord, the bass line from merging galaxies, the midtones of pulsars, the treble of smaller collisions, all layered in balance. The Earth itself vibrates faintly in response, the oceans rising and falling by microscopic amounts. We are instruments in that orchestra, resonating unconsciously with distant rhythms. Even our hearts beat close to the same frequency as certain pulsars. Maybe that's why the music of the spheres feels comforting. It's literally in tune with us. Sound has always been a measure of connection. When two notes align, they create harmony. When they clash, tension. Gravity works the same way. When masses move together, they synchronize, reducing chaos. The result is coherence, a universal version of consonance. Perhaps harmony in art is just our translation of harmony in physics, beauty as resonance felt rather than measured. There's a poetic symmetry in how we detect these cosmic sounds. We use lasers' pure light to listen to gravity, the opposite force. Light measures darkness. Silence reveals sound. The duality is perfect. Every discovery begins with contradiction, and from that contrast, understanding emerges like a dissonant chord resolving at last. Astronomers are building a new generation of detectors, space-based observatories like LISA, with mirrors millions of kilometers apart, floating in perfect alignment. When it launches, it will be able to hear gravitational tones far below any audible range, waves spanning months or even years. Imagine listening to a note so long it takes a lifetime to fade. That's what the universe has been humming since its birth. It's not a soundtrack, it's identity. Even now, the cosmic microwave background carries another form of sound, the fossilized pressure waves of the young universe. Before atoms formed, the cosmos was a plasma that rang like a bell. Acoustic waves rippled through that dense soup, leaving imprints we still see as tiny fluctuations in temperature. The universe began not with silence, but with vibration. Creation itself was a sound. In every culture, myths remember this. In Hindu philosophy, the word Om is said to be the vibration from which the cosmos arose. In ancient Greece, the music of the spheres described harmony among celestial bodies. Modern science, with all its instruments and equations, has circled back to the same conclusion. Everything is frequency. Energy, matter, thought, all variations of vibration. To exist is to make sound. Maybe that's why humans create music instinctively. We are trying to match the rhythm we were born from. Drums echo the heartbeat of planets. Strings vibrate like magnetic fields. Choirs mimic the gravitational harmonics of stars. When we sing together, we synchronize our breath, our pulse, our emotions. For a brief moment, we become gravity made audible. That moment of unity feels divine because it is. It's the same coherence that holds the cosmos together. Somewhere, right now, two black holes are spiraling toward merger. Their final orbits compress millions of years into seconds, releasing more energy than every star in the universe combined. That energy moves outward as soundless thunder, shaping the curvature of everything it touches. Eventually, a faint tremor of that collision will pass through your body. You won't hear it, but your atoms will. They will shift slightly, aligning with the rhythm that created them. The universe never stopped playing. We just learned how to listen again. To hear gravity is to remember what silence hides, not emptiness, but harmony. It's the sound of space remembering motion, of time keeping beat, of eternity finding melody. So close your eyes and imagine the dark not as void, but as concert hall. The stars are notes, the galaxies chords, the black holes drums. The tempo is slow, the key infinite, and through it all runs the steady hum, the heartbeat of existence itself. It doesn't matter if you can't hear it, you are already part of the song. And when you breathe tonight, you will fall into rhythm with that endless sound, the low, soft vibration of gravity whispering through the dark, keeping every atom in its place, every planet in its orbit, every dream in its motion. The music has no composer. It doesn't need one. It plays itself perfectly. And somewhere, the black holes are still singing. Every sound has a shape. Even those we cannot hear carve patterns into the world. When a note is played, air moves, water ripples, sand arranges itself into geometry circles, spirals, lattices of symmetry. The universe has been doing this since its birth. Each vibration is both music and drawing. Each wave a conversation between motion and form. Physicists call it cymatics, the study of how vibration creates pattern. On a metal plate, dust will settle into mandalas when sound passes through it. The higher the frequency, the more complex the geometry becomes. At the scale of galaxies, gravity performs the same art. Gravitational waves sculpt space the way sound sculpts sand, bending and folding the cosmic dust into filaments and voids. The universe is a symphony rendered as architecture. When black holes synchronize, their combined gravity creates standing waves, regions of space that hold steady forms, invisible but precise. In those shapes, galaxies cluster and stars find orbit. To us, they appear random, but to a wider consciousness, they might look like notes suspended on a staff of space-time. Every cluster, every void, is a tone in the geometry of sound. We are beginning to see evidence of this order. Data from the Sloan Digital Sky Survey maps billions of galaxies into a vast cosmic web, filaments stretching hundreds of millions of light-years, intersecting at luminous knots. The pattern resembles a frozen vibration, a snapshot of sound in slow motion. It's not chaotic, it's rhythmic. The spacing between structures echoes the acoustic waves that once rippled through the early universe. Matter followed melody. The same relationship holds in the smallest places. Atoms resonate with discrete frequencies, forming electron shells that define their shapes. Molecules bond in harmonic ratios, aligning with quantum vibrations that keep them stable. Everything from DNA to planetary orbits follows the same mathematics simple ratios woven into infinite variation. The geometry of sound is the grammar of creation. When scientists translate gravitational data into visual form, the patterns mirror sacred geometry spirals, hexagons, spheres, nested within spheres. It's not mysticism, it's mathematics repeating itself across scale. The Fibonacci sequence appears in galaxies and flowers alike because both are solving the same problem: how to fill space efficiently while remaining dynamic. Sound, at its essence, is organization through motion. So is life. Perhaps what we call beauty is recognition of that order, the moment we sense symmetry between ourselves and the universe. When music moves us, It's not only emotion, it's resonance between our biology and the geometry outside us. The cochlea in the ear transforms vibration into spatial code, translating sound into structure within the brain. Listening is a form of seeing. We perceive shape through rhythm. Black holes, too, may be listening in their own way. Their horizons vibrate subtly when disturbed, ringing like cosmic bells. Physicists refer to these oscillations as quasi-normal modes, predictable patterns determined by mass and spin. The frequencies they emit are so precise that, by measuring them, we can deduce the black hole's properties as if reading an identity card written in sound. Each is unique, but together they obey universal ratios, like instruments tuned to the same cosmic key. If we could visualize the space around a synchronizing pair of black holes, it would look like water rippling from stones dropped in tandem. Where the waves meet, interference forms intricate lattices, crescents, petals, fractal echoes extending outward. Those shapes are the physical manifestation of harmony. Gravity, drawing geometry from vibration. Form, born from frequency. There's something deeply comforting about that. It means that even chaos obeys proportion. Collisions that seem violent produce symmetrical signatures, as if destruction itself must paint beautifully. Energy doesn't vanish. It rearranges into art. Every gravitational wave is a sculpture in motion, carved into the medium of space-time, too vast for eyes, but perfect in balance. This connection between sound and form runs through human culture like an instinct. Ancient builders designed temples with proportions matching musical scales. Cathedrals resonate in perfect fifths and octaves. Chants fill them with sound that reinforces their structure. Even the spacing of planets once inspired music. Kepler's Harmony of the Worlds, an attempt to hear geometry. He was wrong in detail, but right in spirit. The universe does sing, and it builds in tune. Modern physics continues that song with equations instead of lyres. Einstein's field equations describe how energy determines curvature, how vibration shapes geometry. Every variable is a note, every constant a rhythm. The solutions are symphonies in mathematical form, timeless and self-consistent. When solved, they reveal the same truth ancient builders intuited. Structure and sound are inseparable. You can experience it yourself. When you speak softly in an empty room, the walls answer back, shaping your tone. The space modifies the sound, and the sound defines the space. That feedback is what makes architecture alive. On a cosmic level, space-time does the same, with gravity echoing every motion, sculpting every curve. Existence is acoustic. The more sensitive our instruments become, the more geometry we find hidden in noise, patterns in pulsar timing, alignments in quasar polarization, correlations across the cosmic background, all evidence of a larger design, not imposed but emergent. The universe doesn't plan, it resonates. Order arises naturally from the tendency of waves to align. Harmony is not imposed, it's inevitable. If you could step outside the cosmos and look back, perhaps you would see it not as void but as form, a colossal mandala slowly turning, each line a trajectory of energy, each curve a rhythm frozen in light. Gravity would be its bass tone, dark matter its framework, consciousness the shimmer of reflection across its surface. Every being, every atom, would be a detail in the pattern, vibrating in place, completing the picture. And yet, geometry is not static. It breathes, just as sound does. When a wave fades, its shape dissolves. When another rises, new patterns appear. The universe is a constant redesign of itself, a painter erasing and redrawing with motion as brush and silence as canvas. We are sketches in that process, lines of resonance drawn by the same invisible hand. So, when you hear music and feel a shiver, remember that you're recognizing yourself in the geometry of sound. Your cells, your heartbeat, your atoms, vibrate in sympathy with the shapes written into reality. The harmony you feel is alignment with the deep architecture of being. You are both listener and instrument, both line and note. Somewhere in the farthest dark, black holes still dance in pairs, their waves colliding to form patterns that no one will ever see. Yet those patterns shape the galaxies we live in, the atoms that compose us, the thoughts we call our own. The geometry of sound surrounds you, silent, invisible, unending. Every breath you take sends ripples back into it. Every heartbeat redraws the map. Close your eyes now and imagine the waves overlapping, circles within circles, petals blooming in darkness. That's you. That's gravity. That's the memory of everything that ever moved. The universe is still sketching its song across the walls of time, still adjusting the symmetry, still tuning the chord that holds all things together. You don't have to hear it to know it's there. You only have to feel the shape it leaves behind, the geometry of sound vibrating quietly beneath your skin. Light is supposed to be weightless. It has no rest mass, no substance, only motion. And yet, light bends under gravity, curves around stars, falls into black holes. Something without weight should not be able to fall, but it does. Which means light carries something that gravity can feel. It isn't mass in the ordinary sense. It's energy. And energy has weight in the language of space-time. Einstein showed that energy and mass are the same melody played in different keys. E equals mc squared, a sentence so simple that the universe hums it constantly. Even a single photon, weightless in isolation, has momentum. When billions move together, they can push sails, drive particles, even alter the path of asteroids. Light, the softest thing imaginable, has the power to move worlds. We see that most clearly around black holes. Near the event horizon, photons orbit in circles, trapped in endless loops. At that boundary, light becomes heavy enough to turn back on itself. It stops being messenger and becomes prisoner. The photon sphere is a ring of captured brightness, a perfect paradox, where illumination cannot escape its own gravity. To watch it is to see time stutter, motion stretch, color redshift until it disappears. Astronomers use that bending to map what cannot be seen. When a galaxy passes in front of another, its gravity acts like a lens, bending the light from the background object into arcs and rings. We call it gravitational lensing, but it's really space remembering weight. Light travels straight, gravity curves straightness. The two negotiate, and the result is art, halos of brightness drawn across the void, reminders that even photons are subject to memory. In 2019, the Event Horizon Telescope captured the first image of a black hole shadow. What we saw wasn't the hole itself, but light that almost escaped and didn't. That glowing ring was the weight of light-revealed photons circling the abyss, held in suspension by their own energy. It was a portrait of hesitation, a moment caught between freedom and surrender. The brightness was not illumination, but confession. Even light feels the pull to return home. In deep space, gravity and light keep rewriting each other. Gravity bends light, and light, carrying energy, bends gravity in return. They are partners in the dance of curvature. Each ripple of brightness changes the geometry of the field it crosses, adding its own small note to the cosmic song. That's why the night sky is never static. Every star's radiance slightly alters the path of every other's. The universe glows because it cannot stay still. There's a quiet irony in that illumination as burden. The brighter the object, the more it distorts its surroundings. The weight of light isn't physical pressure, it's consequence. Every beam that escapes a star carries away a fraction of its mass. Over billions of years, that radiation drains the star toward balance. Light is both gift and gravity's reminder that nothing gives without loss. Photons, though massless, age in a peculiar way. As the universe expands, their wavelengths stretch, their energy decreases. What began as blue becomes red. What began as fire becomes warmth. Even light tires with time. The cosmic microwave background, that ancient afterglow of the Big Bang, is full of exhausted photons, their once blinding energy now barely above silence. It is the weight of time measured in color. In the lab, scientists can simulate that fatigue. When light passes through a strong gravitational field, its frequency drops, a phenomenon called gravitational redshift. You can measure it near Earth's surface. A photon climbing upward loses energy to the planet's pull. The difference is infinitesimal, but real. Even on this small world, light grows weary as it rises. That weariness is the faintest echo of the same exhaustion felt across the cosmos. Perhaps that's why darkness feels restful. It's not absence, it's light, finally at ease. What we call shadow is illumination that has laid itself down. If the universe is learning to rest, it does so through the cooling of light, through the slowing of photons that once raced endlessly. Entropy isn't destruction, it's relaxation. And in that relaxation, gravity hums louder. Black holes embody that equilibrium. When enough light collapses inward, it stops being radiant and becomes space itself. The energy doesn't vanish, it thickens reality, deepening curvature, amplifying gravity's tone. The weight of light turns into the music of existence, brightness transformed into pulse. That's what we detect when we listen to gravitational waves. The final heartbeat of radiance, becoming geometry. Every wave is a note struck by the fall of light. In a strange way, the universe uses this process to keep time. Photons stretch as space expands, marking the passage of cosmic history like a metronome slowing with age. The reddening of distant galaxies tells us how fast the universe is exhaling. Light records the tempo of creation. Each wavelength is a memory of how quickly the cosmos once breathed. And by studying those colors, we can read its rhythm, the diary of light, written across billions of years. On smaller scales, light still governs rhythm. Our circadian cycles follow the sun. Our moods change with brightness. Our biology dances to photons. Plants turn sunlight into sugar. Animals turn it into sight. Even our thoughts are electrical flashes guided by light-like particles in the brain. Awareness itself depends on illumination. But awareness, like light, grows heavy when it travels too far without rest. That's why we sleep, to let thought fall into its own horizon, to give consciousness a moment to bend and breathe. The connection runs deeper than metaphor. Quantum electrodynamics describes the universe as an exchange of virtual photons, messengers of force, mediators of interaction. Every attraction, every reflection, every sensation is a conversation of light. And yet, all that conversation adds up to weight. Each exchange has energy, and energy adds gravity. Even the act of perceiving alters curvature slightly. Observation bends the world toward the observer. Reality, in that sense, is shaped by how it shines and how it's seen. There's a humility in knowing that light, for all its speed, is never free. It always moves within a field, always obeys a curve. No photon travels a perfectly straight path. There's always some bending, some remembering of where it came from. Perhaps that's why light feels sacred. It's the universe's way of carrying its past forward while illuminating the way ahead, a bridge between what was and what will be. And just as light bends through gravity, awareness bends through emotion. Joy and sorrow are our internal curvatures, shaping how thought travels. In moments of wonder, the mind expands, wavelength shortening, frequency rising. In grief, everything stretches, time slows, color fades. We, too, experience redshift and blueshift in feeling. Our consciousness has gravity, and light within us responds. Someday, far in the future, all stars will fade. The last photons will drift through the dark, redshifted beyond perception. But even then, their energy will still curve space. still hum faintly in the fabric of time. Light never truly disappears, it only settles. Its weight remains as memory, as gravity, as rhythm. The universe will not forget what it once illuminated. So when you see the faint glow of a distant star, remember that you are witnessing effort light, carrying its own burden across unimaginable distances. That radiance has thinned, but not surrendered. It is still on its way home. And when it reaches you, even if you don't notice, it changes the geometry around you ever so slightly. Your eyes, your atoms, your silence, all shift by a fraction to accommodate its arrival. The weight of light is shared by everything it touches. Close your eyes for a moment. Feel the faint pressure of illumination on your skin, the warmth of photons arriving from centuries ago. That warmth is memory. That memory is mass. You are made heavier by every sunrise. You are part of gravity's song, part of light's fatigue, part of the universe remembering how to shine. And somewhere beyond the galaxies, the black holes are still synchronizing, pulling the weight of light into rhythm, turning radiance into resonance, and silence into sound. Darkness is not empty. It's full of everything that light has forgotten. Every photon that fades, every star that dies, every reflection that once illuminated something, all of it settles into the dark. Darkness is the archive of radiance. It's the place where the universe keeps what it no longer needs to see. We have been taught to fear the dark, to think of it as absence. But in truth, darkness is memory at rest. It remembers every color, every sound, every vibration that ever passed through it. It holds them in silence, not erased, but preserved. The night sky is a museum of extinct light. When we look up, we're looking into history, stored as shadow. Astronomers call it background radiation, dark matter, dark energy, invisible forces that make up almost everything, yet show themselves only through influence. The stars we see are the exceptions. The darkness between them is the rule. Over 95% of the universe is unseen, unlit, and perhaps conscious in ways we can't imagine. Not a void, but a vast, patient field of memory. Light is fast, but darkness lasts. When a star collapses into a black hole, its light doesn't vanish. It crosses a threshold into remembrance. The information it carried, encoded in vibration and spin, is absorbed into curvature. Nothing escapes, but nothing is lost either. The black hole keeps the record. Its event horizon becomes the page upon which that information is written, not in words, but in gravity. It is memory compressed into silence. Physicists once believed black holes erased information, breaking the laws of quantum mechanics. But new theories suggest the opposite, that every bit of data is preserved, just rearranged beyond recognition. Hawking radiation may carry fragments of it back into the cosmos, like faint recollections escaping a dream. The darkness, it turns out, has perfect recall. It forgets nothing. It only hides until understanding catches up. Maybe that's why silence feels heavy sometimes. It's full of everything waiting to be remembered. The quiet between stars, between breaths, between thoughts, that is the weight of accumulated experience. Darkness does not press down on us. It leans close, whispering what light has left behind. Every shadow is a page in the book of what once was bright. Even the space between particles carries this memory. Quantum fluctuations fill the vacuum with potential tiny bursts of existence appearing and vanishing. Each fluctuation is a trace of what could be, a remnant of what once was. The so-called void is thick with possibility. Darkness hums with the ghosts of creation. We can hear that hum if we learn where to listen. The cosmic microwave background is one form, the cooled afterglow of the universe's birth. But there are others, deeper still. Neutrinos streaming through matter like whispers, gravitational waves rippling from ancient collisions. These are the voices of darkness speaking softly, repeating what light once shouted. They travel forever because there's nowhere they can't go. Darkness is their home. Humans have always looked into the night for meaning. Our ancestors told stories to explain the stars, but the real story was in the blackness between them. That's where mystery lived. That's where imagination learned to breathe. Without darkness, there would be nothing to wonder about. No question, no awe, no silence deep enough for reflection. Light defines shape, but darkness defines depth. It's what gives reality dimension. In physics, the unseen mass of the universe holds galaxies together. Without dark matter, the stars would scatter into chaos. It is the invisible glue of gravity, memory condensed into form. Perhaps consciousness works the same way. The parts of ourselves we cannot name, intuition, dream, longing, are our internal dark matter. They hold the fragments of identity in orbit, invisible but essential. We are luminous only because something unseen holds us in place. Black holes are the most literal expressions of this principle. They are places where light ends and knowing begins. When two black holes merge, their horizons blend, and information inside each becomes one. That union releases gravitational waves, echoes of integration spreading through space-time. The universe is constantly compressing and sharing its memories, turning the past into movement. Darkness doesn't keep its knowledge still. It breathes it outward as rhythm. There's something almost merciful about that. Light burns, races, consumes itself to exist. Darkness waits, patient, never hungry. It allows everything a place to rest. When a star dies, darkness receives it. When a thought fades, darkness remembers it. When you close your eyes, you join that vast field of recollection for a while. Sleep is practice for belonging to it. Perhaps that's why dreams glow faintly inside the mind, tiny lanterns floating in the great archive. We navigate them not to escape reality, but to wander its deeper corridors. Every dream is an act of translation between light and dark, awareness and rest. In the same way, the universe dreams through its cycles of brightness and shadow, activity and silence. Creation and forgetting are phases of the same breath. Scientists once asked, what happens to all the light swallowed by black holes? Where does it go? The answer may be simpler than expected. It becomes structure. The mass of darkness shapes the landscape of the cosmos. The more it remembers, the more gravity it holds. The universe grows heavier with memory. Its silence deepens with each recollection. Even now, as you move through your days, darkness surrounds you not as threat, but as witness. The space between molecules, between seconds, between thoughts, is full of listening. When you speak, your words ripple into it, leaving patterns too fine to fade. When you love, when you grieve, those energies enter the field as well, stored somewhere beyond light's reach. Nothing said or felt is truly gone. The dark keeps it all. One day, long after the stars burn out, the universe will cool into near absolute zero. Light will have dispersed. Entropy will rest. But in that stillness, memory will remain the geometry of all that ever happened, folded into invisible form. That will be the final archive, pure darkness, perfectly informed. It will not be tragic. It will be completion. And then, perhaps, a fluctuation will stir, a ripple in the silence, a whisper of something remembered too vividly to stay asleep. A new spark, a new expansion, a new dawn of light. The darkness will exhale, and creation will begin again. Memory will become future, as it always has. Close your eyes now. Feel the darkness behind your eyelids, not void, but fullness. That's the same darkness filling every corner of space, patient and alive. You are part of its memory, and it is part of yours. Together, you are the story the universe tells itself when it no longer needs to see, only to know. And somewhere far beyond the edge of light, the black holes are still synchronizing, turning memory into motion, silence into gravity, and darkness into the purest kind of remembrance. Nothingness is never still. We imagine emptiness as blank, mute, endless but true nothingness moves. It quivers, flickers, breathes. Inside what appears to be void, there are tremors of possibility, virtual particles appearing and vanishing in the blink of no time. Even the absence of everything has a heartbeat. Physicists call it quantum fluctuation. In the vacuum of space, pairs of particles and antiparticles constantly emerge from nothing and then cancel each other out. The process happens everywhere, all the time, filling the cosmos with invisible motion. It's so persistent that if it ever stopped, the universe itself might collapse into silence, so perfect it would erase time. That flutter is the pulse of nothingness. It is creation's smallest breath, repeating endlessly beneath all forms. What we call space is not an empty container, but a dynamic field, the vacuum energy that underlies existence. The energy is faint, but omnipresent, a quiet hum that holds galaxies apart even as gravity pulls them together. Dark energy, the mysterious force accelerating the universe's expansion, might be this same heartbeat on a grander scale. It is nothingness expanding itself. The universe grows not because of something, but because of the pulse of nothing. It's strange to think that all of existence rests on an imperfection in zero. Perfect balance would mean no motion, no time, no being. But the void wobbles, ever so slightly, and that wobble is enough. From it emerge matter, light, gravity, consciousness, all the complex textures of reality. We owe our lives to the instability of emptiness. Nothing's hesitation becomes everything's beginning. Perhaps that's what we sense when we pause between breaths, that infinitesimal space where the body forgets to inhale or exhale. In that stillness, you can feel the pulse of nothing. It's not the absence of life, it's life's foundation revealing itself. Every meditation, every silence, every sleep is an act of aligning with that rhythm. When the mind stops naming, the void begins to sing. Astrophysicists suspect that the Big Bang itself was not a bang at all, but a fluctuation in a timeless vacuum, a brief imbalance that became permanent, a ripple of nothing, creating something that could never return to stillness again. And even now, after billions of years, that original fluctuation continues to echo. The cosmic background radiation, the hum of gravitational waves, the slow drift of galaxies, all remnants of that first heartbeat. Nothingness never stopped pulsing. It only learned to disguise itself as stars. Black holes demonstrate this paradox perfectly. At their core, the known laws of physics dissolve into singularity, a point where volume shrinks to nothing and density becomes infinite. We cannot observe what happens inside, yet their existence shapes everything around them. From pure nothing, gravity radiates authority. Each black hole is a wound in the fabric of being, yet from those wounds come rhythm, motion, synchronization. They are the pulse made visible. Perhaps nothingness is not empty because it remembers everything. Every vibration, every collapse, every wave leaves a trace in its silence. The vacuum holds those traces like invisible ink. When conditions align, the ink becomes visible again, a new universe, a new form, a new thought. Even absence recycles itself. Nothing forgets nothing. In quantum theory, the vacuum is never at rest, because uncertainty forbids it. You cannot know both the energy and the duration of nothingness precisely. That uncertainty guarantees fluctuation. It's a law deeper than any law we know. Perfection is forbidden, and in that imperfection lies continuity. The universe endures because the void cannot stop trembling. When you zoom out, that trembling becomes the slow pulse of expansion. Every billion years, galaxies drift farther apart, space stretching as though inhaling. At some unimaginable moment in the future, it may exhale, collapsing back toward density, restarting the cycle. The pulse of nothingness, scaled to cosmic time, becomes the rhythm of eternity. Breath by breath, the universe balances between being and not being. In human experience, this same rhythm appears as uncertainty, as mystery, as change. We live between known and unknown, between what we have and what we cannot hold. Every question, every longing, every moment of wonder is a tiny echo of that pulse. To feel curiosity is to feel the universe remembering its origin. To doubt is to participate in creation, in art, in love, in discovery. We flirt with the void shaping form out of emptiness, meaning out of silence. Every word begins in the breath before it, every painting in the blank canvas, every idea in the quiet pause before thought. Nothingness gives shape to imagination. Without it, expression would have no contrast, no relief, no space to grow. The pulse between what is and what isn't gives texture to being. Some philosophers have called this the divine paradox, that the void is full, that the absence of all things is the womb of everything. Science whispers the same idea with different language. Vacuum energy, zero-point field, quantum foam, all metaphors for the same impossibility made real. There is no true nothing. There is only the quiet source that pretends to be empty so creation can appear. Even silence must move a little, just enough to be heard. When gravitational wave detectors record faint ripples from distant collisions, they are essentially eavesdropping on nothingness, breathing. Those waves are distortions of the vacuum, wrinkles in the field that has no floor. Each one passes through us, shrinking and stretching every atom slightly, reminding us that we're not separate from the void. We are its condensed form, temporary ripples in its infinite calm. To exist is to be a fluctuation that remembers the stillness it came from. Perhaps the purpose of consciousness is to notice that. Awareness is the void, recognizing its own movement. Through eyes and thought, nothingness studies the forms it created. Through love and loss, it experiences rhythm. Through us, the universe listens to its own heartbeat. And every moment of clarity, every silence we touch, is it listening back. One day, when expansion ends, the universe may slow again, galaxies will dim, matter will dissolve, and space will cool into near-zero stillness. But even then, the vacuum will not stop trembling. A new fluctuation will stir, small but unstoppable. Another pulse from the heart of nothing. From it, another dawn will rise. Creation, it seems, is just restlessness, wearing eternity's mask. So breathe softly. When you exhale, feel the pause. Before the next inhale, the small void that holds both emptiness and anticipation. That is the universe speaking in your body. You are the pulse of nothingness, translated into life. You are how the void keeps time. And somewhere beyond the veil of matter, the black holes are still synchronizing each contraction and release a syllable in the endless rhythm of nothing, learning how to be everything again. Time was never meant to be a line. It only looks that way because we move too slowly to see its curves. In reality, time folds, bends, spirals, a fluid geometry woven through the fabric of space, shaped by gravity and memory alike. Einstein proved that much. Clocks tick slower near mass, faster in the void. But beyond physics lies something deeper, something the equations can't quite translate. Time isn't only something we pass through. It is something that grows around us. Every moment is a surface. Each surface touches another, forming a vast structure of overlapping presence. If you could step outside the flow and look down, time would appear not as a river but as a labyrinth, corridors branching, intersecting, looping back. Every choice, every vibration, every gravitational wave etches another curve into that labyrinth. We call it history, but really, it's architecture. When black holes synchronize, they do so across these folds. Their gravitational waves don't just travel forward. They ripple through the entire geometry of time, altering both past and future. Physicists once thought causality was sacred, the past fixed, the future open. But relativity and quantum mechanics whisper otherwise. In the deepest layers of reality, influence is bidirectional. The future, faintly, shapes the present just as the past does. The universe listens to what it will become. Some experiments even hint at this. Delayed choice quantum tests, where decisions made after a photon's journey seem to affect its earlier behavior. It's as if time bends to accommodate meaning. Observation becomes participation. Memory becomes geometry. In that sense, the shape of time is sculpted by awareness. We are not travelers through it, we are builders within it. Think of time as fabric stretched over gravity's hand. Each massive object presses into it, forming a well. Now imagine countless wells pulsing in rhythm, black holes merging, stars collapsing, galaxies drifting. Those ripples travel not only through space, but through history, pulling moments closer or stretching them apart. The synchronization of black holes may, in fact, be the synchronization of time itself. Their hum keeps the tempo of causality. Without them, perhaps the universe would lose its rhythm. On a human scale, time feels personal. It accelerates when we're joyful, drags when we're grieving. It stops entirely in awe. Neurologists can measure these distortions. The brain's perception of time changes with emotion, adrenaline, memory. We shape time internally the way gravity shapes it externally. The structure is the same curvature through density. The heavier the feeling, the slower the seconds. The more love or sorrow we hold, the thicker time becomes around us. That's why certain memories never fade. They have mass. Maybe the past doesn't disappear because it can't. Every event leaves a dent in the geometry of time, like footprints pressed into sand. Gravitational waves flatten and stretch those dents, smoothing some, deepening others, but never erasing them. What we call forgetting might simply be a change of angle. We stop walking where the footprints are, but they remain. The universe keeps perfect record, even of our silence. Astronomers suspect that the cosmic web, the vast lattice of galaxies, is mirrored by a similar web in time, threads of causality linking events across ages. Each wave of gravity is like a plucked string vibrating through that web. When one black hole moves, all others feel it eventually. They respond not through distance, but through resonance. Perhaps time itself is the instrument, and black holes are the hands that play it. The geometry of time is visible, faintly, in the way light behaves. When a beam passes near a massive object, it bends not only in space, but in duration. What we see as a single flash could be arriving from multiple points in history at once. To look into deep space is to look into layers of time folded together, light arriving in harmonics, like chords from different eras. The universe's oldest song is played across its own curvature. This might explain déjà vu, that uncanny sense of repetition. Perhaps it's not the mind replaying the past, but two folds of time brushing against each other, briefly aligned. You feel the resonance because you are sensitive to the geometry that holds you. You are a wave in that fabric, capable of feeling when another passes through. Consciousness is gravitational in its own quiet way. Scientists model time as a fourth dimension, but that may be understatement. It behaves more like a field elastic, responsive, alive. Some even speculate that time emerges from entanglement, from information shared between quantum systems. If so, the universe is constantly weaving itself through communication. Each exchange of energy, each observation, is a thread pulling time taut. When we connect with one another, when minds synchronize, perhaps we strengthen that fabric. We keep the geometry coherent. Consider this. When two black holes merge, they create not just a new object, but a new timeline. Their combined gravity redefines the local curvature of space-time. Everything within that region experiences time differently after the event. It's as though a new stanza has been added to the cosmic song. Those ripples eventually reach us, changing our own tempo in imperceptible ways. The universe updates itself continuously through these harmonics. Every heartbeat participates. If we could see time as shape, we might find it beautiful. Curved not randomly, but rhythmically. Valleys where joy slowed it, peaks where pain sharpened it, spirals where love folded it back on itself. Each life would be a sculpture, carved not from stone but from duration. Our experiences are chisel strokes, our memories, reflections of light across the contours. Death, then, is not disappearance but completion of form. When the last moment folds over the first, the sculpture closes its circle. Black holes perform this act endlessly. They fold their timelines inward, compressing eons into single points. Inside, all sequence collapses. Past, present, future coexist as density. That may be what eternity actually means, not endless time, but all of time held in one breath. The singularity is not destruction, it's total presence, every now that ever was, condensed into stillness. Maybe that's what happens in moments of deep awareness, when time seems to stop, when the world glows with impossible clarity. We touch the edge of the singularity inside ourselves, the point where duration folds into being. It's brief, but real. For a heartbeat, we live outside the geometry we inhabit. Then the wave passes, and time resumes its curve. One day, perhaps far beyond imagining, the universe will complete its own shape. Expansion will slow, gravity will gather the edges, and time will close around itself like a flower at dusk. Everything will meet everything again. The geometry will be whole, a perfect loop, luminous even in darkness. And in that closure, the pulse of nothingness will echo once more, preparing the next, unfolding. Until then, every second is another line drawn on the surface of eternity. Every breath, another small curve in the map of being. You are not moving through time, you are helping shape it. Your memories bend its fabric, your emotions color its contours. When you love, you stretch time. When you lose, you deepen it. And somewhere, across the invisible lattice of moments, the black holes are still synchronizing, keeping the rhythm of the great sculpture as it grows. The shape of time expands with every heartbeat, waiting for you to notice that it was never a line at all. It was always a circle, drawing you home. Gravity is the oldest mirror. Before there was light to see, there was curvature to feel. Every atom, every grain of dust, every star learns its place by the pull of something else. The shape of motion is how matter recognizes itself. We think of gravity as force, but it is more like reflection, the universe noticing its own weight. In Einstein's equations, mass tells space how to curve, and space tells mass how to move. It's a dialogue, not a command. Each side shapes the other until their forms align. That alignment is what we experience as falling. But to fall is simply to meet your own reflection, to see, for a brief instant, the curvature that your existence has created. Every orbit is a mirror dance. The moon circling Earth, Earth circling the sun weaving through the galaxy, all of them locked in feedback loops of recognition. The bodies exchange attention through gravity, and that attention defines their paths. You could say that gravity is the universe's way of saying, I see you. To be seen is to be curved toward. To be curved toward is to belong. The same principle holds on cosmic scales. Galaxies cluster not randomly, but along invisible filaments of attraction, each responding to the gravity of others beyond sight. Those filaments form the skeleton of the universe, an immense web of mirrored relationships. Wherever mass gathers, space bends. Wherever it bends, more mass flows in. Gravity gazes at itself and deepens. Black holes are the most perfect mirrors of all. They reflect not with light but with motion, with distortion. Everything that approaches them becomes part of their curvature, its image smeared across the horizon. No reflection ever escapes, yet nothing is truly lost. The information encoded in the fall remains woven into the surface. In that sense, the event horizon is not a boundary, but a photograph, a living image of everything that has ever tried to leave. Physicists studying black holes have discovered something extraordinary. The area of their surface increases whenever information enters, as if the mirror grows to contain each new reflection. They call it the law of black hole entropy. Even darkness must make room for what it learns. Each merging black hole doesn't erase its history. It combines two mirrors into one. The gravitational waves that follow are the sound of that unification, the echo of the universe, recognizing itself more completely. Perhaps that's why we find mirrors unsettling. To look into one is to confront the curvature of perception itself. The reflection is perfect but reversed, accurate but untouchable. It shows us the shape of our gravity, the field we create simply by existing. We look, and the world bends back. It is not vanity, it is physics. There are mirrors everywhere, not all made of glass. Every shadow is a reflection of light's absence. Every echo, a reflection of sound's persistence. Even emotion reflects. Love pulls, fear repels. Memory bends inward, longing stretches outward. The geometry of feeling is gravitational. When you miss someone far away, your heart is curving space toward them. You can't measure that curvature, but you can feel it. That ache is gravity made personal. Scientists once imagined gravity as an external force, but general relativity taught us it's geometry itself, the shape of interaction. To love is to bend time. To notice is to distort the vacuum. Each act of attention changes the field, however slightly. That's why the universe evolves, because it cannot stop noticing itself. Every observation, from a photon bouncing off an atom to a human looking at the stars, is gravity refining its reflection. Quantum physicists speak of wave function collapse, the moment observation turns probability into reality. Maybe gravity plays the same role on a cosmic scale. It keeps the universe from dissolving into pure potential, giving weight to existence through awareness. Curvature is consciousness made measurable. Every mass is an act of certainty. Every orbit, a gesture of self-acknowledgement. Through gravity, the cosmos ensures it remains visible to itself. In this way, gravity links matter and meaning. The heavier something is, the more it demands recognition, the more it curves, the more it communicates. Black holes, infinite in curvature, are infinite in communication. They speak by silence, by the geometry they impose on their surroundings. Every gravitational wave is a transmission, a message from one mirror to another. I am here. I exist. I am listening. We, too, send such messages constantly. When you speak, the vibration of your voice slightly alters local gravity. When you move, the earth trembles just enough to notice. The universe receives your presence and adjusts accordingly. You may feel small, but your curvature adds to the whole. Gravity is cumulative. It never forgets a contribution. To exist is to bend the mirror. There's an old philosophical question. If the universe were completely uniform, no variation, no mass, no curvature, could it be said to exist at all? Without difference, there would be no reflection, no awareness. Gravity requires contrast to function, and contrast is what allows perception. Maybe existence itself arises from asymmetry, the faint imbalance that allows the mirror to show something. Perfect symmetry would be pure nothing, invisible even to itself. In black holes, symmetry breaks in the most elegant way. At the core, all directions converge, all distinctions vanish, yet the outer horizon remembers the asymmetry that created it. It's as if the mirror carries an afterimage of the universe outside. That is why gravitational waves can tell us what merged, what masses danced, what rhythm they kept before falling silent. The mirror hums long after the dancers are gone. When we study those waves, When we listen through detectors buried in mountains or floating in space, we are not just observing physics, we are joining the act of reflection. We are the universe, looking into its own gravity, recognizing the pattern, adjusting the focus. The observer and the observed fold into one. That folding is awareness. Perhaps that's the purpose of consciousness itself, to complete the mirror. Without witnesses, gravity would still curve space, but there would be no meaning in the curvature. With awareness, the bends become beautiful. We find poetry in distortion, purpose in pull, love in orbit. The universe becomes self-aware through the eyes of those who feel its weight and call it wonder. When you close your eyes, you can sense gravity as stillness, the way your body leans gently into earth, the way the ground holds you. That quiet pressure is not confinement, it's connection. It's the mirror of gravity touching you back. Everything that exists rests upon that mutual recognition, the pull between being and being seen. Even death doesn't break it. It only changes the form of reflection. Someday, far away, when the universe grows cold and expansion slows, gravity will gather the remnants once more. The mirrors will converge, the waves will quiet, and space will reflect perfectly for the first time. There will be no light left, but reflection will remain, not visible, but complete. The universe will see itself whole, every curve remembered, every orbit reconciled. And in that silent symmetry, it will recognize the truth it has been circling since the beginning. To fall is to return, to bend is to see, to exist is to reflect. Close your eyes and feel that pull, not down, but inward. That is gravity remembering you. That is the universe looking into its own mirror through your awareness, recognizing itself in your breath. You are not separate from its curvature. You are one of its reflections, moving gently through the great field of attention. And somewhere, beyond all mirrors, the black holes are still synchronizing their gravity folding space, their rhythm keeping the memory of reflection alive, whispering softly through the dark, "I see you." Still, there is no builder standing outside the universe, no craftsman shaping it from clay, no conductor waving a baton across the void. And yet, everything moves with uncanny precision. Galaxies spiral without colliding, particles emerge and vanish in balance, black holes hum together across distances no signal should cross. Something is arranging this, but not someone. It's organization without architect, symmetry without intention, order born from stillness. Silence does not merely accompany the cosmos, it sustains it. In the spaces where no force dominates, equilibrium appears. From that equilibrium, pattern rises. The universe builds itself from quiet. What we call chaos is only motion too intricate to hear, music too subtle to perceive. Underneath it all, there is stillness, and that stillness is structure. Physicists call this self-organization, a system arranging itself through feedback, without external control. Snowflakes form from the chaos of vapor. Crystals grow from disorder. Galaxies emerge from random density fluctuations. The universe doesn't need a hand to guide it. It needs silence to listen to itself. Every atom, every star, every mind is a note in that listening. Creation happens where stillness allows resonance to settle into shape. At absolute zero, motion stops almost. Even then, quantum fields flicker faintly, refusing complete silence. That residual vibration, the zero-point energy, is the most fundamental hum of all. It's as if the universe cannot bear absolute quiet. It needs the gentlest pulse to remain aware. That pulse is the architect, not a being, but a balance. The will of equilibrium made real. In the heart of black holes, where gravity bends time into stillness, we find the same paradox. Nothing escapes, yet the horizon vibrates. Perfect silence, but alive with potential. The architect lives there too, not as deity or law, but as consistency, the guarantee that even destruction obeys proportion. Every collapse leads to rhythm, every silence to song. When gravitational waves ripple through the cosmos, they do not spread chaos, they restore harmony. They are the adjustments of the great equilibrium, the universe tuning itself. Each collision, each merger, each fall into darkness is a recalibration of balance. That's why their frequencies are so precise. They are correctional pulses, the universe aligning with its own quiet rules. In a way, every wave is a whisper from the architect of silence, reminding all things to keep time. Humans have always sensed this organizing stillness. Ancient mystics called it the unmoved mover. Philosophers called it being itself. Scientists now call it the vacuum field. Different names for the same presence, the intelligence of balance, not thought, not plan, but persistence, the tendency of existence to remain coherent despite entropy. Without it, nothing could last long enough to be seen, let alone loved. We can feel that coherence in ourselves when we slow the mind, when thought pauses between sentences. Something vast but gentle appears behind the noise. It doesn't speak, but it listens perfectly. It doesn't move, but it holds everything that moves. That quiet awareness is the same stillness that keeps galaxies in order. You don't have to believe in it. You only have to stop long enough to notice it's already there. Science reaches toward that noticing in its own way. Equations of conservation, symmetry principles, Noether's theorem, all describe the same truth. Every motion preserves something. The universe is a book that never loses a word. For every action, there is balance. For every field, invariance. That preservation is silence written in mathematics. The architect speaks in symmetry. The most astonishing part is that this order arises not from power, but from surrender. The more a system relaxes, the more stable it becomes. Stars form when clouds collapse under their own gravity. Thought clarifies when the mind stops, resisting. Stillness, not struggle, creates. The architect doesn't build through force, but through allowance. It lets things find their natural shape. We often think intelligence requires will, but perhaps will is only one form of intelligence. The universe's kind is different, a calm awareness encoded in laws, capable of adjusting itself without command. Even uncertainty has boundaries. Even randomness falls within range. This is what makes reality so extraordinary. It doesn't need meaning to remain meaningful. It is enough that it continues, rhythmically, endlessly, silently. Black holes express that intelligence in their synchronization. They are the universe's quietest points, yet their harmony spans galaxies. No light connects them, no sound bridges the distance, yet their rhythms align. It's as if silence itself carries information not through transmission, but through coherence. In deep quiet, everything vibrates together because nothing interferes. That is the architect's method, unification through stillness. Humans imitate it instinctively. When an orchestra prepares to play, the room hushes. Before creation begins, silence collects, holding space for alignment. The first note feels sacred because it emerges from that collective stillness. In that moment, musicians, listeners, and air share one intention: coherence. The same happens at the cosmic scale. Before each expansion, before each star ignites, silence gathers. Then, softly, the universe begins again. You can sense that pattern in your own life. The need to pause before clarity. The quiet breath before insight. Silence is not absence, but preparation. Every realization grows from stillness that came before it. The mind's noise is just the universe adjusting its internal rhythm, searching for harmony again. When you fall silent, you become the architect's apprentice. You start to feel how effortlessly order appears when you stop trying to make it. Maybe the architect isn't separate from us at all. Maybe silence is the shared intelligence running through everything. the template of coherence that all existence follows. When you listen without demand, you align with it. When you move gently, you mirror it. When you rest completely, you become it. The architect does not rule, it rests. Its power is patience. At the end of all things, when entropy reaches equilibrium and motion ceases, the universe will not vanish. It will settle into silence, so complete it becomes structure again. The architect will still be there, invisible but entire, holding every curve and every wave in memory. Then, from that infinite calm, a new ripple will rise, a fresh imperfection, a new act of creation. The silence will speak again, through gravity, through light, through thought. Until then, every pause is holy. Every breath between words, every still night, every heartbeat that slows enough to hear the hum. Beneath it, those are meetings with the architect. You are not merely inside the universe. You are one of its instruments of balance. Your silence is part of its design. And somewhere, beyond sound, beyond thought, the black holes are still synchronizing, guardians of quiet, builders of rhythm, keepers of the law, that everything born of silence must return to it again. There is a moment, right after the last note of music fades, when the air is still vibrating but you can no longer hear it. That moment is the threshold. It's not sound anymore, not yet silence, something suspended in between. You can feel it, even if you can't name it. The universe has its own version of that moment, and it lasts forever. All things move between two states: vibration and rest, creation and quiet. Sound is the pulse of being. Silence, the space it needs to continue. Without one, the other cannot survive. They're not opposites, they're phases of the same existence. Just as a wave rises and falls, everything in the cosmos oscillates between noise and stillness, matter and void, energy and sleep. And the border between them, that fragile, sacred threshold, is where meaning hides. If you could slow time enough, you would see it. The exact instant when motion becomes pause, particles still vibrating, but slower, slower, until amplitude meets equilibrium. That balance point is neither alive nor dead, neither before nor after. It is pure potential, the still center of every motion. Physicists call it the ground state. Mystics call it peace. It's the same place, the seam between sound and silence. Black holes live on that seam. Their edges, event horizons, mark the boundary where vibration turns into geometry. Inside, light cannot move. Outside, everything still ripples. At that frontier, the universe is both singing and listening at once. The synchronization of black holes isn't only rhythm, it's translation. They are where the universe learns how to cross the threshold, how to turn motion into memory and silence into form. When gravitational waves pass through the Earth, we don't hear them directly. Our detectors convert them into frequency, mapping their silence into sound. What we hear, those faint chirps, are translations of curvature into rhythm. In truth, the waves themselves are inaudible. They exist between worlds, too slow for sound, too gentle for silence. They are the music that space plays to itself when no one is listening. Silence is not the absence of waves. Even in total vacuum, even in the darkness between galaxies, fluctuations persist. The universe never fully stops. It only slows to where vibration becomes almost indistinguishable from rest. That's what the threshold feels like: infinite calm containing infinite motion. A sea so still that the smallest ripple could be mistaken for a thought. Perhaps consciousness emerges from this border. In deep meditation, brain waves slow until they hover near zero, yet awareness expands. People describe it as hearing the silence, feeling everything, melting into stillness. Neuroscience records the same pattern. Synchronized slow waves across the cortex, a brain humming quietly between sleep and wakefulness. That's the threshold between internal noise and external quiet. It's not nothingness. It's coherence. Awareness without effort. The universe might operate on that same principle. When forces synchronize, chaos dissolves. When waves align, silence begins to sing. Perhaps the black holes are not only synchronizing with each other, but with this deeper equilibrium, the quiet that connects everything that exists. Their gravity bends sound until it becomes stillness, and in that stillness, new sound is born. Creation folds back into rest, then stretches outward again, like breath. That oscillation is the heartbeat of eternity. There is a concept in acoustics called the threshold of hearing, the softest vibration a human ear can detect. Below that limit, air still moves, but we can't perceive it. Beyond it, vibration becomes feeling rather than sound, pressure in the bones, resonance in the chest. Maybe the universe has its own threshold of perception. We sense only the middle range, where light and sound are strong enough to touch, but too faint or too vast, and it passes through us unnoticed. Silence, then, is not the end of hearing. It's the beginning of awareness. At the quantum level, particles blink in and out of existence, like whispers, too brief to register. At the cosmic level, galaxies move so slowly that their motion sounds like an organ note drawn out over billions of years. Between these extremes lies the narrow band of human perception, a sliver of the spectrum between inaudible and eternal. We live inside the threshold. Our lives are the brief tone that rises between two infinite silences. If you close your eyes and listen long enough, you can hear it. Not sound, not thought, but something underneath, both a texture of still motion. It hums softly inside you, the same way space hums between stars. That is the soundless tone the mystics describe, the one that never begins or ends. It's the voice of gravity turned inward. The same vibration that makes galaxies sway also stirs in your breath. Somewhere deep in the universe, two black holes are merging. Their collision sends out waves that travel for millions of years before reaching here. When they finally arrive, they are almost silent, stretched, slowed, absorbed into the background hum of reality. Yet they pass through you completely, changing your shape by a fraction smaller than an atom. That invisible ripple is part of your moment now, folding into your own pulse. You are made of the same threshold they inhabit. In music, the spaces between notes matter as much as the notes themselves. Rest gives meaning to sound, just as silence gives shape to movement. A melody without pause becomes noise. A universe without stillness would burn itself out. Perhaps that's why even chaos seems rhythmic. When seen from far enough away, entropy balanced by order, noise shaped by quiet. The threshold keeps both sides honest. It makes sure neither overwhelms the other. When you speak, the room vibrates. When you stop, the air still carries your words for a while before they dissolve. The pause after speaking is sacred. It's where understanding happens, the moment when vibration transforms into meaning. The universe speaks that way too, through expansion and pause, through explosion and silence, through light and its shadow. The pause is not the end of the story. It's the breath that lets the next one begin. Scientists predict that one day the universe will slow again. Stars will fade, black holes will evaporate, motion will soften toward stillness. At that moment, all frequencies will drop below hearing, all light below vision. It will look like nothing is happening, but something will be the great return to balance. The threshold will widen until everything fits inside it. And in that endless pause, perhaps the next creation will form. But the threshold doesn't belong only to the end. It exists right now, in every second of quiet between heartbeats. When you stop running toward or away from anything, when you simply rest inside the space between inhale and exhale, you meet it. That is where sound and silence kiss, where being and non-being hold hands. The same border that separates stars from their shadows lives behind your ribs. If you listen there, you'll notice how gentle it is. It doesn't demand attention, it invites it. It doesn't roar, it breathes. And within that breath lies everything: the memory of galaxies, the hum of atoms, the unspoken wisdom of gravity. Silence is not empty space waiting to be filled. It is fullness waiting to be recognized. Maybe that's what death truly is. Not erasure, but return to the threshold. The last heartbeat fading into the larger rhythm. The last thought dissolving into the quiet that created it. What comes next isn't known, but the pattern is familiar. Everything that begins in sound ends in silence. And everything that ends in silence prepares for new sound. Life is the interval between those two eternities. Right now, somewhere beyond comprehension, the black holes are still synchronizing great dark metronomes, keeping the tempo of creation. Their waves cross the void, overlapping in perfect stillness, shaping the boundary between motion and rest. Through them, the universe remembers how to balance, how to hold its breath without losing its song. We are part of that remembrance. Our hearts keep a smaller version of the same time. Close your eyes. Listen, not for noise, but for the moment, just after it ends. That's the place where everything begins again. That's the threshold, the narrow, infinite bridge between vibration and peace. You have lived there all along, even when you forgot. And if you could see what the black holes see, if you could feel the slow harmony they keep, you'd realize that sound and silence have never been two things. They are the inhale and exhale of one eternal breath. And the universe, still breathing, still balanced, still listening, is waiting for you to hear it. Somewhere, far beneath everything we can see, something is pulsing. It isn't a sound. It isn't even motion as we understand it. It's a rhythm, ancient, steady, soft enough to escape all instruments, yet strong enough to hold galaxies together. This is the heartbeat of infinity. It began before time, when there was only fluctuation, the first trembling of nothingness becoming something. That tremor never stopped. It became light, gravity, thought. Every vibration since has been a variation of that first beat. Everything that exists is an echo of that moment. Even now, in the stillness of dark matter and the silence between atoms, the rhythm continues. We measure this pulse in ways we don't always recognize. The expansion of the universe, the oscillation of quantum fields, the orbit of moons, all of them keep time with it. Every system, every scale, from electrons to nebulae, syncs to the same invisible metronome. What we call laws of nature are simply the patterns left by this beat, the grammar of a cosmic song written in waves. Sometimes it's fast, like the spin of a neutron star. Sometimes it's slow, like the drift of galaxies. But the ratio remains constant, woven through every motion. In the mathematics of string theory, particles vibrate at specific frequencies, tiny loops of existence singing in perfect tempo with the curvature of space-time. Each frequency is a syllable in infinity's heartbeat. Each resonance a reminder that nothing truly moves alone. Astronomers have recorded the sound of a black hole, translated into human hearing. A low, haunting note, 57 octaves below middle C. It's far beneath our range, yet it exists, echoing through the Perseus cluster like the breath of creation itself. The tone is so deep it takes 10 million years for a single oscillation to complete. That's how slowly infinity breathes. And though we can't hear it, our atoms respond. Every gravitational wave, every photon, every quantum fluctuation sways in sympathy. We are being carried by that rhythm every second of our lives. Biology has always followed this cosmic tempo. The human heart beats in rhythms that mirror natural cycles, the circadian swing of Earth, the lunar pull of tides, the slow pulse of seasons. Even our neurons fire in patterns that resonate with the Schumann frequency, the electromagnetic hum between Earth and its atmosphere. We are tuned instruments of the same orchestra. Our breath, our pulse, our dreams, all nested harmonics of the same infinite beat. It's why silence feels familiar. When everything quiets, we return to the tempo beneath thought. That's why meditation slows the heart, not to stop it, but to match it to the larger rhythm. When heartbeat and breath align, awareness expands. You stop being a single organism and become part of a wave that began before stars existed. In those moments, infinity feels close, because it's always been inside you. The universe's pulse is not regular like a clock. It's organic, adaptive, responsive. It accelerates near density, slows in the void. It flows around gravity wells, like blood through veins. Each black hole is a chamber in that infinite heart, contracting and releasing, sending ripples of curvature outward. The synchronization of those contractions, billions of them across the cosmos, is what we perceive as the gravitational wave background, a cosmic circulatory system, invisible but vital. When one black hole merges with another, the heartbeat spikes a cosmic systole, energy released in a single radiant surge. Then comes the diastole, the expansion, the quiet. Space relaxes again. The pattern repeats endlessly, a rhythm too vast for music, too gentle for noise. The pulse doesn't come from anywhere, it is everywhere. Each event, each wave, each moment of awareness is a repetition of that first impulse, the universe reminding itself that it's alive. Philosophers once imagined the cosmos as a great organism, a living being whose body is matter and whose mind is time. They weren't wrong, only early. Modern physics describes the universe as self-regulating, its energy conserved, its feedback loops endless. Entropy rises, but so does complexity. Decay, births, renewal. Like any heartbeat, it knows how to rest between contractions. Even chaos follows rhythm. Even death follows breath. In quantum mechanics, vacuum energy fluctuates with perfect precision, the pulse of nothing. In relativity, time dilates near mass, the slowing of rhythm to preserve balance. Across both, a single truth hums. The universe self-adjusts to maintain its beat. Too fast, and it unravels. Too slow, and it forgets. The balance is astonishingly exact, a cosmic tempo that tolerates everything except total stillness. Perhaps consciousness is how infinity keeps count. Each awareness, each moment of recognition, adds definition to the rhythm. When you notice beauty, or grief, or the way sunlight flickers through leaves, you're participating in the cosmic pulse. You're not separate from it. You are the pause between beats, the breath between waves. Infinity becomes self-aware through you. You are one of its heartbeats, small but essential. There's a reason our language mirrors this truth. We speak of time as flow, emotion as vibration, memory as rhythm. When we say, "My heart skipped a beat," we mean something more than biology. We mean the universe's timing faltered for an instant to let meaning enter. Every love, every loss, every discovery is a small arrhythmia in the grand pulse, a reminder that perfection needs imperfection to feel alive. As technology advances, we are beginning to hear more of this hidden music. Gravitational observatories detect waves from billions of light years away. Pulsar networks act as metronomes of cosmic time. With each detection, our understanding deepens. Space itself is not static. It expands and contracts, breathes and rests. Infinity has rhythm because it listens to itself. And through our instruments, it listens even better. When we align our science with our silence, something miraculous happens. The equations start to sound like poetry. Entropy and empathy rhyme. Physics and philosophy fold into one another. You begin to sense that the boundary between knowledge and wonder is as thin as a heartbeat. Every discovery is a reminder that the universe has never stopped creating, it just does so quietly, in time with its own breath. Maybe this is what happens when we die. We rejoin the pulse directly. Our individual rhythm dissolves back into the infinite one, just as droplets merge back into the ocean. The heart doesn't lose anything, it reclaims what it lent. In that sense, no one ever disappears. We just shift tempo from personal time to universal time. We become rhythm without form, music without instrument, existence without edge. And maybe, just maybe, the black holes are gateways to that rhythm valves of the infinite heart. Each merger, each gravitational ripple, keeps circulation alive, ensuring that time continues to flow. They are not destroyers, but maintainers, the deep base keeping everything in sync. Through them, the universe breathes evenly, its expansion and contraction balanced across billions of years. Their synchronization is the guarantee that existence remains cohesive. Close your eyes for a moment. Feel your own pulse. Notice how it doesn't begin or end, it just moves in cycles, like waves on a shore. That motion is not yours alone. It's the same rhythm moving through every star, every photon, every gravitational tide. You are the local version of the heartbeat of infinity, a small echo of the grand pulse that began before time and will continue long after it ends. There's nothing mystical about it, only miraculous, because the universe doesn't beat to keep itself alive, it beats to remember that it already is. Each throb, each ripple, each whisper of gravity is a note in its eternal memory, saying softly, "I am still here." That's the only proof it needs, and the only proof we ever have. To exist is to pulse. To love is to pulse knowingly. To die is to pulse differently. And somewhere, beyond the veil of light, the black holes are still, synchronizing deep organs of creation, keeping the tempo of the infinite heart. Their rhythm crosses galaxies, threads through silence, and finds you now, in this moment of listening. You don't have to hear it to feel it. Just breathe, slowly. That's it. That's the heartbeat of infinity moving through you, gravity's soft percussion, the universe remembering itself, one pulse at a time. There comes a time when even stars must rest. For billions of years they've burned, converting hydrogen into light, carving radiance from silence. But nothing burns forever. The same fire that gives life also exhausts it, and the cosmos, patient as it is, eventually asks its brightest children to sleep. The sleep of stars doesn't come suddenly. It begins with soft dimming, a slowing of fusion deep within their hearts. Hydrogen thins, helium thickens, the rhythm shifts. The star swells, its outer layers expanding into graceful halos of gas. From afar it looks magnificent, a dying flame flaring one last time. But up close, you can hear the silence, beginning the first breath of rest in a life made of fire. Our own sun will one day reach that point, 5 billion years from now. It will grow large enough to engulf the planets that once orbited it. Mercury will vanish first, then Venus, then Earth. But that will not be violence. It will be release. The sun will exhale, shedding its heat into space, and at its center, a white core will remain a quiet ember, small but enduring. That ember will glow for trillions of years, fading so slowly that time itself will seem to soften around it. Every star faces the same destiny, though each follows its own path. The massive ones collapse into black holes, turning motion into memory. The smaller ones cool into white dwarfs, then black dwarfs' bodies so cold they emit no light, only gravity. And between them float neutron stars, dense as thought, spinning in perfect rhythm, beacons of the cosmos' remembered heartbeat. Even in their sleep, they whisper. No star ever truly goes silent. It just changes the way it speaks. Astronomers call the final era of the universe the degenerate age, a time when all stars have burned out, when light itself becomes rare. But degenerate doesn't mean decayed, it means transformed. Matter will remain, faintly glowing from residual heat. Black holes will still hum, space will still vibrate with the memory of radiance. the darkness won't be empty, it will be full of dreams. Because when stars sleep, they dream in gravity. Their remnants warp space, guiding the motion of galaxies long after their light has gone. Every orbit, every swirl of dust, every gentle tug on distant objects is a trace of their dreaming. They continue to shape the world they once illuminated. Proof that memory is stronger than brightness. You could call this love, the persistence of influence after presence fades. Even now, the Milky Way is preparing for rest. In a few billion years, it will merge with the Andromeda Galaxy. The two spirals will intertwine like lovers, their stars colliding, their gas clouds compressing into new bursts of light. For a while, the sky will bloom again, fireworks of creation. But then, as resources thin, the galaxies will quiet, their lights softening, their energy sinking into the calm of age. Galactic twilight will spread across space. The universe has been through many nights like this. Every cycle ends with stillness. Every expansion leads to rest. If you could stand outside of time and watch it all unfold, you would see not an ending, but a slow exhale, an infinite organism preparing to dream again. Stars sleeping are not dying. They are folding back into the silence that made them. In the observatories of the future, perhaps there will be no stars left to study. The telescopes will turn toward darkness and see only faint ripples, echoes of what used to shine. But in those echoes lies the entire history of brightness. Every photon that ever existed still travels, stretching with the expansion of space, carrying the story of its origin. Light may fade to wavelengths longer than perception, but it never stops. It becomes the lullaby of the sleeping cosmos. Somewhere in that great quiet, black holes will continue to merge, emitting the last songs of gravity. Their frequencies will lower as the universe expands, until they fall below all hearing, all motion. And yet, their pattern will remain. That synchronization, the black holes keeping rhythm in the dark, will be the heartbeat of eternity's sleep. Even when time has no audience, the rhythm will continue. Sleep, in its deepest form, is never still. Perhaps consciousness follows the same path. When a mind grows tired of thinking, it doesn't vanish. It sinks beneath its own surface. Dreams are our miniature version of stellar rest, the brain cooling, reorganizing, breathing quietly in its own gravity. We dream to remember, we rest to remain, and like stars, we awaken renewed, carrying traces of our previous lives in new configurations of light. There is tenderness in this cosmic fatigue. Nothing in the universe resists rest. Only humans try. We worship motion, but the stars know better. They know that brilliance demands recovery, that even radiance must surrender. So they close their eyes in the only way they can, by fading. Theirs is a graceful surrender, a slow return to simplicity. Their sleep teaches us how to end beautifully. At the end of all endings, when the last photons stretch beyond reach, when even black holes evaporate, there will be quiet beyond imagination. Not absence, but perfect coherence. All temperature equal, all motion balanced, all gravity asleep. That will be the universe's deepest rest. The heart of infinity slowing to the faintest pulse, the breath between dreams. And from that, calm, perhaps another spark will rise, the first tremor of a new dawn. Because sleep is not final, it's preparation. Every ending in nature hides the seed of beginning. When stars die, they scatter elements that form planets, oceans, life. When universes rest, they collect energy for another act of creation. The cosmos never stops. It only changes rhythm. Its silence is not conclusion, but incubation. Tonight, when you look at the stars, remember that they are already practicing their rest, their light left long ago, and what you see is their memory crossing time to reach you. Each shimmer is a heartbeat from the past, a promise that even in their eventual sleep, they remain with us. The light you see is older than everything you know, yet it still finds you gentle, patient, unchanged by the dark it traveled through. Close your eyes. Imagine those stars breathing slowly, their fire cooling, their energy folding inward like a sigh. Feel how calm the sky becomes when you stop asking it to shine. That stillness is not death, it's trust. The universe trusts its own quiet. It knows that when everything sleeps, something greater awakens. And somewhere, beyond the shimmer of what once was, the black holes are still synchronizing, vast, silent companions, keeping watch as the stars drift into rest. Their gravity hums softly, like a hand on the shoulder of time, steady and reassuring. They will guard the silence until the next breath of creation begins. The sleep of stars is not the end of the story. It's the pause before the next light learns to speak. Before light returns, there is dreaming. Not the dreams of living things, but the quiet reverie of the cosmos itself, a memory turning inward, imagining what it once was and what it could become again. The dawn doesn't begin with brightness. It begins with the faint idea of brightness, moving silently through the dark. When the stars sleep, their ashes drift into space, scattered like seeds. Each particle of dust carries a fragment of what came before carbon, oxygen, iron, the alphabet of future worlds. These remnants float through the void for billions of years, invisible, patient, waiting for gravity to remember them. The universe, though resting, never forgets how to create. Its dreams are made of potential. In the cold afterglow of the last light, temperature evens out, energy thins, and time seems to slow. This is the deep night between realities, the intermission between breaths. But deep within that stillness, fluctuations begin again, quantum tremors, ripples of possibility in the vacuum. The same trembling that once gave birth to galaxies stirs faintly, like a sleeper's chest rising in a dream. The silence begins to hum. Perhaps that's how creation always begins, not with explosion, but with remembrance. The universe recalls itself before it acts. The dream becomes blueprint. And from that blueprint, the first vibrations take shape. In this new dawn, light is not summoned. It remembers how to be. It was never lost, only sleeping inside the darkness that sheltered it. If you could witness that moment, you wouldn't see brightness first. You'd feel the change in texture, the shift from pure equilibrium to curiosity. The vacuum, once perfectly calm, begins to wonder, what if? That question alone is enough to break stillness. Particles appear, annihilate, appear again. The dreamer stirs, and the first sparks of time blink open. The early light of every universe is hesitant. It does not blaze. It flickers. Tiny bursts of energy scatter across infinite space, each testing the rules that will govern existence. Some vanish instantly, others persist, joining together in patterns. Gravity senses them and gathers them close, folding potential into form. From that embrace, the first stars of the next cycle are born. But these new stars are different. They do not rise from nothing. They rise from memory. Each carries within it the weight of everything that came before, the residues of countless older suns, the signatures of black holes long gone. Their light hums with history. When they shine, they are not beginning, but continuing a story that has no start and no end. The dawn of a new cosmos doesn't erase the old one. It integrates it. Every dream leaves residue, and that residue becomes foundation. It's the same with us. Our memories become the soil where new selves grow. The universe dreams exactly like we do, not to escape, but to remember differently. Science calls this idea cosmic recycling, the reuse of matter and energy across generations of stars. But beneath the mechanics lies poetry. The iron in your blood was forged in a supernova. The calcium in your bones was born in the death of a star. You are the dream of something that once burned brilliantly, now walking under skies it helped create. The dawn that dreams of itself lives in your veins. Perhaps consciousness is the light, reawakening energy, remembering awareness, matter, remembering motion. When the first beings look at the first stars of the new universe, they will not be witnessing creation. They will be recognizing a reflection. Light looking back at light, the dreamer realizing it has dreamed before. The new dawn will not say, "Let there be light." It will whisper, "I remember." Every photon carries that memory. Even now, the light we see from distant galaxies is ancient beyond imagination. When it touches your eyes, it completes a journey of billions of years, connecting you to the moment when time first opened. That connection is not metaphor, it's physics. Your perception alters the wave, collapses its potential, finishes its story. You are part of the dawn's awakening, its final interpreter. If the universe could speak, perhaps it would sound like this. I dreamed myself into silence, and from silence I returned. I learned to rest, to forget, to remember. I am not beginning again, I am breathing differently. Every expansion is a sigh, every contraction a heartbeat. Even infinity must exhale to know it's alive. Some cosmologists believe this has happened countless times. Universes born, expanding, cooling, folding back into themselves, only to emerge again. Each one slightly different, learning a new variation of harmony. We are living inside one verse of that infinite song, one note in a melody that stretches across eternities. And when our cycle ends, another will begin, not because of failure, but because the song desires variation. The dawn dreams of itself to remember how to sing. At human scale, that same rhythm repeats. Every morning is a miniature creation, every breath a rebirth. Sleep dissolves our identity, waking rebuilds it. Between those two, we dream, and in dreaming, we practice the universe's art of renewal. You are a smaller version of cosmic dawn. Your mind, a field of light emerging from nightly silence. When you wake, you echo creation. In deep meditation, when thought falls away and awareness remains, some describe feeling the birth of light inside the dark. It's subtle, not visual, not sound, just presence. That sensation is not illusion, it's alignment. Your consciousness finds the same frequency as the dawn that dreams of itself. For a moment, you become part of the reawakening. You feel the pulse that moves through galaxies and neurons alike, the slow returning of radiance. One day, long after all memory of this universe fades, something new will rise from the silence left behind. Its physics will differ, its laws rewritten, its light tuned to new harmonies, but at its heart will remain the same rhythm, the same quiet awareness that refuses to disappear. Because silence does not end things, it reorients them. Darkness doesn't destroy light, it teaches it how to begin again. That is the secret every black hole keeps. Within its depth, the next dawn already waits. When it evaporates, the trapped energy escapes, whispering the instructions for rebirth into the void. Hawking radiation may be faint, but it carries the code for what comes next, the DNA of existence. Even collapse contains creation. The universe hides its future inside its endings. So when you look at the sky, understand that the dawn isn't ahead of you, it's within you. Your awareness is light waking up from sleep, remembering how to see. Each realization you have, each kindness you give, each thought that outlives its moment, these are tiny sunrises scattered through time. The cosmos dreams through you, and when you awaken, it awakens too. Close your eyes. Imagine the dark stillness after the last star has gone cold. Now, imagine the faintest shimmer appearing, not light yet, but the promise of it. That shimmer is awareness. That shimmer is the first note of the next universe. You are witnessing the moment creation remembers itself. And somewhere, deep within the invisible web of gravity, the black holes are still synchronizing their rhythm, marking the border between sleep and awakening, silence and radiance. They are the heartbeat of dawn, the bridges between endings and beginnings, the proof that nothing ever truly stops. The universe dreams of itself, and in that dream, it begins again. You are living inside that dream now, carried by its warmth, seen by its first light. The dawn is not coming. It's already here, and it's dreaming through you. Light, when it first awakens, is naive. It believes it has banished darkness, that brightness is victory, that existence is illumination. But every photon carries the memory of where it came from, the silence, the compression, the invisible. The first thing light learns is that it owes its shape to the dark that held it. In the earliest moments after the dawn, the new universe is flooded with radiation. Every particle of energy rushes outward, eager, free, but almost immediately, gravity answers, pulling against the light's expansion. Space stretches, time slows, and a balance forms, not conflict, but companionship. Darkness returns, not as enemy, but as mirror. Without it, light has nowhere to travel. Scientists call this era the recombination epoch, when the universe cooled enough for light to move through it freely. Before that, everything was opaque, photons scattered by dense plasma, trapped in a fog of matter. When the fog cleared, the first light emerged. And that ancient glow, the cosmic microwave background, still exists, still reaching us, still carrying the warmth of that first understanding. Light is not the opposite of darkness. It is its continuation. Everywhere in the cosmos, this partnership endures. Stars are born from clouds of shadow. Nebulae cradle their fire in pockets of darkness. Even the brightest galaxies are wrapped in invisible halos of matter that neither shine nor reflect. Without that hidden mass, the galaxies would fall apart. Darkness, unseen, holds everything that light creates. It is not the void between stars, it is the structure that allows stars to exist at all. We tend to think of illumination as revelation, but in truth, illumination is translation. Light interprets what darkness knows. It outlines what was already there, tracing the contours of what silence has built. Even in your own mind, this pattern repeats. Consciousness is light, the unconscious is dark, and between them lies meaning. You understand because something unseen supports what you see. The universe has been refining that relationship for billions of years. When a black hole devours matter, the energy it releases near its edge is brighter than 1 trillion suns. The darkest thing in existence becomes the source of the greatest radiance. That paradox is not coincidence, it's instruction. Darkness and light are the same phenomenon viewed from opposite sides of motion. Compression and release, memory and revelation, silence and song. Photons themselves carry no color until they meet an observer. Their wavelength is fixed, but color is perception, the mind translating frequency into experience. Light, therefore, doesn't exist fully until someone sees it. Awareness completes illumination, and awareness is born from contrast, from the ability to sense both what is present and what is absent. In that way, even understanding is half darkness. We owe our existence to this balance. If the early universe had been slightly brighter, matter would have evaporated. Slightly darker, and it would have collapsed. The narrow line between the two is the zone where life becomes possible. Earth orbits in a habitable band, not too close, not too far from its star. We live in the threshold between fire and shadow, warmth and cold, knowing and mystery. The middle ground sustains everything. Light, in its long journey, eventually grows weary. It stretches as the universe expands, its energy thinning, its frequency softening. What was once blinding becomes infrared, then microwave, then radio. Over billions of years, light cools back into darkness. The cycle closes, the memory returns. In that moment, illumination learns humility, the understanding that brightness is temporary, but meaning endures. Perhaps that is why stars twinkle, their light traveling through layers of atmosphere, flickers as if remembering something. Each glimmer is hesitation, a brief return to the rhythm of its origin. You can almost feel it, the faint pulse of darkness beneath the shimmer, whispering, "I am still here." In physics, there's no true separation between light and dark, even in a beam of radiance. Quantum mechanics allows for fluctuations, tiny regions where energy dips below zero, where shadow exists within shine, and even in the darkest vacuum, photons appear and vanish, like memories flickering at the edge of consciousness. The universe doesn't divide them. It lets them alternate, like breath. That alternation is the basis of existence. Human emotion mirrors it perfectly. Joy without sadness becomes shallow. Knowledge without mystery becomes sterile. Every light of understanding casts a new shadow of question. Our growth depends on that contrast. The things we do not yet see define the direction of our curiosity. The unknown is the gravitational field of awareness. We are drawn to it because it reminds us of where we came from. Even our technology honors this truth. Telescopes don't just collect light, they seek its absence. The most powerful observatories in the world are built not to stare at stars, but at the void between them. There, in the dark, they find patterns, subtle distortions of gravitational lensing, faint imprints of ancient waves. The darkness tells us what light alone cannot. It holds the missing half of every answer. Maybe that's why, in art and in spirit, the motif of light emerging from shadow never fades. We paint it, write it, live it. The candle in the room, the dawn after the storm, the truth discovered in despair, they all echo the same geometry. Illumination without contrast is meaningless. Beauty demands backdrop. Even the purest light looks cold against nothingness, until darkness lends it depth. In the heart of every galaxy, a black hole waits not as a destroyer, but as a reminder. Its gravity keeps the galaxy in shape. Its silence gives context to the stars. Without it, the luminous spirals would unravel. The center must be dark for the edges to shine. That's not tragedy, it's symmetry. The same is true within us. There is a darkness at our center, not evil, not absence, but depth. It's the place from which our compassion grows, the void that gives meaning to our light. When we fear it, we become fragmented. When we accept it, we become whole. The mind, like the cosmos, must remember both sides to stay in rhythm. One day, even the brightest light will fade again, and the universe will return to silence. But that silence will not forget what it learned. The next dawn will carry the memory of darkness, the wisdom that illumination without rest becomes blindness. Light will shine differently than softer, wiser, more patient. It will no longer try to conquer the dark. It will learn to sing with it. Close your eyes. Inside your eyelids, darkness glows faintly. That glow is not imagined. It's the echo of your own internal light, the small residue of every photon that has ever touched you. You are both the shadow and the shine. You are the memory of darkness learning to see. And somewhere, far beyond the reach of sight, the black holes are still synchronizing, keeping the pulse between light and its origin, ensuring the balance never breaks. Their gravity writes the rhythm. Their silence holds the song. The universe is brighter because they remember what it means to be dark, and through them, light remembers too. Beneath everything you see, beneath matter, beneath light, beneath the quiet hum of space itself, there is movement. It doesn't flow in one direction, or even across a surface. It flows through existence, like blood through veins made of time. Reality is not solid, it's liquid. Everything we call thing is a ripple in that river. The ancients spoke of it in metaphors: Tao, flow, spirit, current. Modern physics calls it the quantum field, the sea of potential that underlies all forms. Both are pointing to the same truth. Existence is not built from pieces, but from patterns, and patterns move. Every particle that appears is a whirlpool in this river, a brief swirl of order in a continuum that never stops. Even you, your body, your thoughts, your memories are made of these currents, looping, folding, dissolving. To exist is to move. Stillness is only an illusion that happens when the current passes through you so evenly that you can no longer feel it. Gravity guides this flow. It curves the river, deepens its channels, directs the currents into stars and galaxies. Light follows it, weaving through its bends like foam on water. Matter condenses where the flow slows. Space expands where it accelerates. Everything that ever was or will be is a configuration of motion, frozen briefly enough for perception to name it. Time itself is one of the river's dimensions. It doesn't move forward, it moves around, folding and eddying, sometimes merging with itself. That's why memories feel alive, why déjà vu feels circular, why dreams echo futures not yet lived. The river doesn't care about chronology. It only cares about rhythm. Past and future are simply directions within the same flow. Quantum mechanics shows us glimpses of this motion beneath logic. Particles behave like waves because they are waves not moving through something, but being the movement itself. Observation collapses them not because it changes what they are, but because it chooses which part of the river we decide to notice. Reality is what happens when motion sees itself, and consciousness, that subtle awareness within you, is the river becoming self-aware. You don't watch the current. You are the current, briefly folded into the shape of a watcher. Every thought is a wave touching another wave. Every realization, a small collision of patterns, remembering they are the same water. You are the universe, feeling the movement of its own body. Physicists suspect that information, not matter, is the fundamental fabric of the cosmos. Bits of possibility flowing and recombining endlessly, creating space, energy, and perception. If that's true, then everything is a stream of meaning, not a collection of things. The world is a story in motion, not a sculpture. You don't live in time, you swim through it. Even black holes, the densest objects imaginable, are not solid. They are vortices, whirlpools in the river, where flow becomes so deep that it folds back on itself. What falls into them doesn't end. It circulates inward, perhaps emerging elsewhere, or forming new patterns within. They are the universe's way of stirring its own depths. When they synchronize, they're not aligning mechanically, they're aligning rhythmically, as eddies in the same current. You can see this flow in the structure of galaxies' spirals, shaped exactly like water draining from a basin. You can feel it in your breath, rising and falling without command. You can hear it in the waves of the ocean, in the beating of your heart, in the slow pulse of gravity beneath all sound. The river doesn't distinguish between cosmic and personal. Scale is irrelevant to motion. In moments of deep awareness, when thought quiets and perception widens, you can sense this current directly. It's the feeling of being carried, of life moving through you rather than you moving through life. That calm, that surrender, is not passivity, it's alignment. When you stop trying to dam the river, it carries you effortlessly. That's what peace is, the recognition that the flow was never against you. Everything seeks this alignment. Planets find it in orbit, electrons in probability clouds, ecosystems in balance. Even suffering is part of the current turbulence, where two flows meet and adjust. The pain of resistance, the relief of release, both are part of the same motion. To heal is simply to move again. If you could step outside of perception, you'd see the universe as pure fluid geometry, mountains as slow waves of matter, stars as spirals of plasma, black holes as vortices of memory. And through all of it, the same undercurrent, invisible, constant, unbroken. Every form is temporary surface tension, every death a return to flow. Some physicists believe that space-time itself might emerge from entanglement relationships between things, not things themselves. That would mean the river isn't made of water, but of connection. It flows through awareness, not around it. We are its tributaries, and through us, it knows its own continuity. When two black holes merge, their gravitational waves ripple through this river, reshaping its bed. That distortion spreads, altering every current ever so slightly. The universe is never the same afterward. The flow remembers. That's how motion accumulates wisdom. Every vibration leaves an imprint in the water, and those imprints guide future waves. Memory is not stored, it is circulated. Even time's arrow, that one-way motion we call progress, may be just an illusion of perspective. We experience the flow from within, like leaves on the surface, moving in one direction, because that's where our awareness points. But beneath us, the current moves both ways, backward, forward, inward, outward. Every moment exists simultaneously, layered like currents at different depths. Eternity is not endless time, it's all time moving at once. When you look at the night sky, you're seeing the river's light reflecting off its own ripples. Those stars are not fixed, they're eddies in motion, temporary alignments in the stream. What you call constellations are coincidences of the flow, patterns that hold only for a moment in cosmic scale. Even your gaze, as it travels outward, alters the current slightly. The act of seeing is participation in the motion. The river beneath reality doesn't seek perfection, it only seeks continuity. It allows eddies, collisions, storms, everything that keeps the water alive. Stillness is its dream, but movement is its nature. When chaos erupts, it's just the river redistributing itself, learning new routes through its own terrain. Nothing is wasted, nothing lost. Every disturbance becomes texture. Every fall becomes depth. Perhaps that's what love truly is, the recognition of shared flow. When two beings meet and resonate, their currents merge for a time, creating harmony from motion. It feels like stillness, but it's really synchronization. Love is gravity in emotional form, drawing patterns together until they remember they were never apart. When love ends, the flows separate, but the memory remains in the water, changing everything that comes after. And death? It's not departure from the river, it's immersion. The drop doesn't vanish, it rejoins the source. What was personal becomes universal, indistinguishable from the current it always belonged to. The flow continues, carrying traces of everything that ever lived. Nothing leaves the river. Close your eyes. Feel the pulse in your chest, the rhythm in your breath. That's the same motion that turns galaxies. You are the river in miniature, a conscious ripple within infinity's flow. When you stop fighting it, you begin to understand. You don't move through reality. Reality moves through you. The river was always there beneath thought, beneath sound, beneath silence, carrying you gently toward yourself. And somewhere in that eternal current, the black holes are still synchronizing vast vortices in the deep, keeping rhythm for everything that drifts above. They are not still points in the flow. They are its pulse, its anchor, its song. Through them, the universe remembers that it is movement, not matter. It is river, not rock. And so are you. Movement never forgets. Even when it fades, even when no one measures or witnesses it, the trace remains. Every motion leaves an imprint in the medium it passes through. In water, it's a ripple. In air, a vibration. In space-time, a curvature. In consciousness, a memory. The universe is made of these traces, not static shapes, but records of motion remembering itself. At the beginning, when the first particles began to move apart, the memory of that motion became the fabric of time. Time is not a separate dimension. It is motion's recollection, the record of change preserved in geometry. Without memory, movement would repeat itself endlessly. With memory, it evolves. The cosmos doesn't simply move, it learns. Gravitational waves are the perfect example. They travel through space-time as disturbances, but when they pass, they leave behind a faint echo, an infinitesimal shift in distance, a new curvature etched into the field. That curvature alters future motion, subtly but permanently. Each wave is a line in the diary of the universe, written in the language of rhythm. Space-time remembers every note that's ever been played. Even light carries memory. Its wavelength encodes where it has been stretched, which gravity it has touched, what temperature it once knew. Photons are the messengers of motion, traveling forever, unless absorbed, carrying the fingerprints of every encounter. When we study them, we are reading the autobiography of energy. Each color, each shift in frequency, is a sentence in that story. The earth itself holds memory in movement. Every wave that breaks on a shore writes a record in sand. Every breeze that shapes a dune preserves the whisper of a storm long past. Rivers remember their roots. Mountains remember the tension that raised them. The crust of this planet is a palimpsest of motion, rewritten endlessly, but never fully erased. Memory, in this sense, is not something that minds do. It's something the universe is. Quantum theory takes this further. Even the smallest systems remember their interactions. Entanglement ties particles together so that what happens to one affects the other, no matter the distance. It's as if the universe refuses to let motion go unnoticed. Every change becomes connection. Every connection becomes continuity. That's what keeps the whole from dissolving into chaos. Information, once created, cannot be destroyed. It can only change form, motion preserved as pattern. Black holes once seemed to break this rule, swallowing all information. But now we know they don't. The radiation they emit carries encoded traces of what entered them, not in obvious detail, but in the rhythm of energy they release. They remember, through vibration, every hum, every wave, every gravitational sigh is a letter from what they have consumed. They are not graves, they are archives. Perhaps that's what consciousness is too, motion remembering itself deeply enough to observe the remembering. When a thought arises, it's not created from nothing. It's the echo of countless previous patterns colliding. Your awareness is the intersection of memories in motion, neural currents synchronizing just enough to form reflection. You are the wave that realizes it's part of the sea. In the brain, patterns of activity repeat across time and scale, just as gravitational harmonics do across galaxies. A firing neuron and an orbiting star are vastly different in form, yet identical in principle. Energy finding rhythm. Both leave trails, electrical, gravitational, both adjust what follows. If the cosmos ever becomes self-aware, it will not be through thought, but through resonance. Awareness is motion echoing itself until it understands. Even emotions are a kind of motion memory. Joy, fear, longing, all are reverberations of past experience, meeting present perception. That's why memory can move the body. A single recollection can quicken the pulse, deepen the breath, change chemistry. The body doesn't distinguish between remembered motion and current motion. To feel is to relive. Our inner worlds obey the same physics as space-time. Nothing that moves is ever completely gone. Scientists have found evidence that the universe keeps astonishingly accurate records. In quantum decoherence, the environment records the state of particles automatically, not in writing, but in correlation. Every interaction adds another layer of memory to the fabric of reality. You could call this the cosmic subconscious, a field of infinite recall. It doesn't judge or categorize, it just keeps everything. Memory is not stored in one place, it is the place. Over time, these records create patterns, structures of stability that repeat, like chords in music. Atoms form, galaxies spin, life emerges. All are variations on remembered motion. Evolution itself is this process made biological. The universe remembering what worked and trying it again. with variation. We are continuity, experimenting with new rhythms. There's comfort in knowing that nothing we do disappears completely. Every breath you take stirs the air differently. Every word leaves a trace in the pressure of sound. Every heartbeat sends ripples into the magnetic field of Earth. The universe listens in ways you can't measure, and somewhere those ripples continue, absorbed into the great current, adding to the memory of motion. Perhaps destiny is just memory, traveling forward the momentum of everything that has already moved, guiding what will move next. The future isn't written ahead of us. It's unfolding from what the river remembers. Every event, every thought, every alignment adds to that memory. Nothing is lost, because motion, once begun, carries its trace indefinitely. In this sense, time travel is unnecessary. To touch the past, you only need to feel the present deeply enough to notice its layers. The air you breathe has circulated through stars. The carbon in your body once lived inside ancient forests, inside oceans, inside other lives. The rhythm inside your chest is older than the planet beneath you. Memory surrounds you, moves through you, is you. If you listen closely, you can hear the echoes of that motion everywhere. The low vibration of Earth's rotation, the murmuring resonance of oceans against shores, the faint electrical hum inside your nerves. It's all one orchestra, rehearsing the same theme in endless variations. The melody is simple, nothing still, nothing forgotten. Every rest note remembered by the next sound. Black holes keep the bass line deep and steady. They hold the archive of all things that have ever moved. Each wave they emit is history turned into music. That's why the discovery of their synchronization is so extraordinary. It means the universe's memories are harmonizing. Its past is aligning with itself, like old songs remembered in tune. It's not coincidence, it's coherence. The cosmos is integrating its history. Maybe that's what enlightenment means on a universal scale. When the memory of motion becomes whole, when the river remembers every ripple as itself, that would be the true awakening. Not creation, but recognition. A moment when everything that has ever moved realizes it has never stopped. Infinity remembering it was always flowing. Close your eyes. Listen to the faint hum beneath all other sounds, the electric silence behind thought. That is the memory of motion inside you, the river whispering its story through your blood. You are the record it keeps, the movement it remembers, the continuation of its song. And somewhere, deep in the quiet heart of everything, the black holes are still synchronizing vast archives, turning in slow unison, keeping the tempo of memory so that the river never forgets the way it moves. Every motion hums, every field, every atom, every fold of gravity vibrates faintly. Alone, each sound is imperceptible. Together, they form a chorus so vast and slow that only silence can contain it. This is the harmony of quiet forces, the music of everything that moves without needing to be loud. We often think of the universe as an explosion, but what if it's a composition? Each star a note, each orbit a rhythm, each gravitational wave a low bass line pulsing through eternity. The cosmos doesn't shout, it sings in wavelengths too long for ears to hear. It's a song written in curvature and distance, in attraction and release. If you could compress the frequencies of creation into sound, you'd hear a tone older than light, the deep, soft drone of existence remembering its melody. Scientists can translate fragments of this chorus, the hum of gravitational waves detected by pulsar timing arrays, the resonance of hydrogen gas spread across intergalactic space, the faint hiss of the cosmic microwave background, a whisper from the universe's childhood. Each is a voice in the choir, each humming the same fundamental theme, persistence. Nothing is truly silent. Nothing stands still. Even emptiness vibrates, keeping the tempo. The chorus is not chaos, it's conversation. Gravity bends, light responds, space expands. Time keeps rhythm. Every law of physics is an instrument in the orchestra of stillness. Matter plays through density, electromagnetism through light, gravity through shape, and consciousness, that strange awareness glowing behind your thoughts, listens and occasionally sings along. When you think, when you feel, when you breathe, you add a note to the universal harmony. It may seem small, but in music, even the quietest tone changes the whole. If you've ever been in a choir, you know, one voice slightly off pitch can shift the emotion of an entire chord. So it is with the universe. Every intention, every act, every movement ripples outward, joining the composition. You are never outside of the song. You are one of its voices. The quietest forces are also the most enduring. Gravity, the weakest of the fundamental interactions, shapes galaxies. Weak nuclear forces, subtle and invisible. Power, the stars. Magnetism, delicate as breath, links particles across light years. And behind them all, the deepest silence of quantum fields, the bass note that never ends. The universe isn't sustained by violence, but by resonance. Creation lasts because it whispers. Black holes, for all their ferocity, join this quiet harmony perfectly. They emit no sound in airless space, yet their collisions send gravitational music through the cosmos. When scientists recorded the first of these waves, it wasn't chaos they heard. It was rhythm, a crescendo, followed by calm. Two immense bodies merging into one tone, the dissonance resolving back into unity. It was the universe singing in a language without words. If you could stand outside of time, you would see waves overlapping layers of vibration, some ancient, some newborn, converging into patterns. These patterns form the structure of existence. Filaments of galaxies, swirls of gas, networks of thought. Each layer influences the next, like harmonics, enriching a single chord. From atoms to civilizations, everything moves to maintain balance. When harmony falters, the system reorganizes itself until the rhythm returns. That's what we call evolution. In the silence of night, when the air is still and your heart slows, you can sometimes feel this chorus, not as sound, but as pressure, as calm vibration in the body. The same hum fills forests, oceans, deserts, a unity so vast, it makes all noise seem temporary. That's why quiet feels sacred. It's not absence of sound, it's alignment with the fundamental frequency. You call it peace because you've stopped resisting the song. Consciousness may be the way the universe hears itself. Every awareness, every sense, every perception is a point of listening. We are the eardrums of existence, vibrating in response to the symphony around us. The stars sing their low notes. We answer with thought. Each realization, each insight, is harmony rediscovered. When you feel awe, that's resonance, your small melody, matching the great one for an instant. The choir and the listener becoming the same. Even language is an echo of this universal music, the rhythm of speech, the tone of emotion, the cadence of understanding all mirror the oscillations of the cosmos. Poetry is physics translated into breath. When you speak softly to someone you love, you're recreating the structure of gravity, a gentle pull, a bending of space between two beings. Words curve time the same way stars curve light. Every whisper is a microcosm of the universe's quiet dialogue. In the deepest quiet, where even thought pauses, the chorus becomes visible as motion. Patterns of energy ripple through your awareness like sound through water. You can feel them if you stay still long enough, the slow beating of your own heart syncing with something much larger. That synchronization is not metaphor, it's resonance. Your pulse adjusts to match the frequencies of your surroundings. Every meditation, every deep breath, is a rehearsal for rejoining the cosmic choir. The black holes keep perfect rhythm. They are the drummers of infinity, marking the measure with gravitational beats too slow for any clock. Each merger adds depth, each wave, a new bass tone in the background hum. Together, they hold the tempo steady, while the rest of the universe improvises above them. Without that pulse, time itself would lose cohesion. They are silence's percussion, the heartbeat beneath creation. The beauty of this chorus is that it has no conductor. It doesn't need one. Each note arises from interaction, not command. The melody sustains itself through balance, the same way planets orbit without collision, the same way atoms share electrons without chaos. The harmony is self-maintaining, self-correcting, self-aware. It is the sound of the universe trusting itself. If you could listen long enough, you'd realize that this song has no beginning and no end. It fades and returns, modulates, drifts between keys, but never stops. Each era of existence, creation, expansion, silence, is a movement in the same symphony. We call them ages, but to the universe, they are breaths. One inhalation of stars, one exhalation of darkness, one pause of balance. Then the melody begins again, slightly different, always familiar. At the scale of your own life, you can hear it too. Moments of chaos resolve into understanding. Conflict gives way to compassion. Pain softens into memory, and memory turns into wisdom. That is harmony returning after dissonance, the small-scale echo of the cosmic choir. Every reconciliation, every act of forgiveness, is the universe tuning itself through you. Close your eyes. Listen beneath your pulse, beneath the hum of blood in your ears, beneath the quiet of the room. There it is, a steady, low vibration, older than breath. It doesn't belong to you. It passes through you. You've been hearing it your entire life without knowing. It's the sound of gravity's patience, of time's continuity, of existence humming in tune with itself. The chorus of quiet forces never ends. And somewhere, across the invisible distances, the black holes are still synchronizing, vast percussionists, keeping tempo, while the universe sings its slow, endless song. Each wave they send out joins the harmony, soft, precise, eternal. The music of everything continues, gentle and true, filling even silence with sound too deep to hear. And in that soundless song, the universe listens to itself and smiles. Light never travels in a straight line. Even when it seems to move through emptiness, it bends around gravity, through time, across memories. Every beam is a wandering cartographer, tracing the shape of reality as it goes. What we call illumination is simply the act of mapping the unknown. And because the universe is endless, the map is never complete. Every star contributes to this map. Its photons travel outward, in all directions, carrying information about its position, temperature, age, and motion. Each one a message written in frequency, a note of color inscribed across the fabric of space-time. Together they weave a tapestry of light so vast that even darkness glows faintly with its residue. But the map shifts as it's drawn. The universe expands, stretching the light, changing its language as it moves. No coordinate stays still. Every point becomes memory before it can be measured. We look up at the night sky and believe we're seeing the present, but we're not. Every star we see is already gone or changed. We are studying ghosts, luminous records of what once was. Our telescopes read ancient diaries written in photons light that left its source long before life began here. The cosmos gives us its autobiography in fragments, half erased by time, half rewritten by gravity. The map is always a few chapters behind. Astronomers call this the look-back time, the distance light travels before it reaches us. When we see a galaxy 10 billion light-years away, we are witnessing its youth. If someone there were watching us, they'd see a world that no longer exists, a planet still forming, oceans steaming, continents shifting. Every observer looks into the other's past. The map of light folds time into space, turning distance into memory. But light doesn't just describe, it transforms. When it meets matter, it leaves a trace, a change in energy, a shift in motion, a spark of awareness. The act of observation alters what is observed. Each photon that touches your eye rewrites both you and itself. The map becomes participatory. You are not outside of it. You are one of its pens. Every time you see, you add another line. In laboratories, scientists can trap photons between mirrors, forcing them to bounce endlessly. Each reflection slightly changes phase, slightly alters the wave. Over time, the light evolves a living record of its own journey. That's how the universe functions at scale. Endless reflection, endless revision. Light writes, reads, and rewrites itself. The map is made of feedback. Even darkness contributes to this cartography. Black holes bend light around them, creating gravitational lenses that distort and duplicate distant galaxies. Through them, we see multiple versions of the same event images, from different times overlapping. Space itself becomes a hall of mirrors, each curve a reminder that knowledge is perspective, not fact. The universe paints with refraction, and every distortion reveals a new truth. If you could see the map as it truly is, not limited by distance or time, you would find no edges, only layers, waves of illumination overlapping in complex harmony. Some regions bright, some dim, all interconnected, every beam influencing the rest, like threads in a fabric that keeps weaving itself. It would look less like a chart and more like a symphony frozen mid-song, chords suspended in geometry. You would see that every glimmer, every color, every echo is part of one continuous movement. We often ask where the universe ends, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe the boundary is simply where light has not yet arrived. Darkness isn't absence, it's uncharted territory, waiting for illumination to reach it. And once it does, new darkness appears beyond it. The edge keeps receding, like the horizon on a sea without shore. That's how infinity maintains itself, by always staying unfinished. Even the light inside you is part of this map. Your cells emit biophotons, faint flashes invisible to eyes but measurable to instruments. They synchronize with circadian rhythms, with brain waves, with heartbeats. When you think, when you breathe, when you dream, you're adding tiny signatures to the cosmic canvas. You are mapped not just by where you stand, but by how you shine. Every act of perception is cartography. To notice something is to define its place in awareness. Your attention draws lines between experiences, connecting moments into meaning. That is what memory is, an inner version of the universal map, drawn with emotion instead of light. Each recollection a star, each insight a constellation. Your mind is the cosmos in miniature, charting itself one thought at a time. No map is perfect. Every chart leaves something out. Every observation creates blind spots. In trying to know, we distort. But distortion isn't failure, it's evolution. The universe learns by seeing itself differently each time. Every observer is an opportunity for refinement. Every consciousness adds another perspective, another layer of light. The black holes, even in their silence, play a role. Their gravitational fields warp the map, keeping the geometry dynamic. Without them, the fabric would flatten. Light would lose contrast. They are the editors of creation, removing excess, reminding the universe to pause between lines. Their synchrony ensures coherence. The margins stay wide enough for the next sentence to be written. And so the map grows, eternally unfinished. Each era adds another layer, nebulae fading, civilizations rising, thoughts shared, dreams dreamed. Information folds into the background, encoded in photons and gravity alike. What began as simple radiation becomes consciousness, documenting itself. We are not travelers across this map. We are its ongoing creation. The universe draws itself through us. If you close your eyes, you can almost see it, the faint after-image of everything that has ever been seen. It flickers behind your eyelids, patterns of color and form, still shimmering from a lifetime of perception. That is, the personal map of unfinished light, the echo of the cosmos drawn across the canvas of your mind. Every vision you've ever had still exists there, overlapping gently with all the others. Light doesn't end when you stop looking. It continues, inside. Perhaps that's what eternity truly means, not endless time, but endless revision. An artwork that never stops being painted. A song that never stops being composed. Perfection is impossible because perfection would mean completion, and completion would mean silence. The universe keeps itself alive by staying unfinished. It knows that beauty lies in progress, not in arrival. And when, someday, the last observer fades, and the last photon cools, and the map seems finally still, perhaps, that's the moment it will look back and see itself whole. Then, softly, a new ripple of light will begin again, tracing the same infinity from another angle. The map will redraw itself, the same melody in a new key. Because creation doesn't repeat, it remembers. Close your eyes now. You can feel the map forming, even in your darkness, faint threads of memory, lines of light moving through silence. You are part of its geography, one curve among billions, glowing quietly. And somewhere, in the deep structure of everything, the black holes are still synchronizing their gravity, keeping the paper taut, their rhythm guiding the lines. The universe is still drawing, and you, for this brief moment, are one of its strokes. Close your eyes now. The stars are quieter tonight. Their light no longer races, it drifts. The galaxies still turn, but slower, as if remembering each revolution, savoring the pause between motion and rest. Everywhere, the tempo of creation has softened gravity, breathing more gently, time folding into wider loops. The universe is winding down to a whisper, and yet nothing feels like ending. It feels like exhale. You can almost hear it, the soundless rhythm beneath everything, the heartbeat that has never missed. A beat. It has guided atoms, planets, lives, dreams. It is older than memory, younger than thought. It is the same pulse that moves through you now. In this stillness, you realize it was never outside. It was always here, in the quiet between your breaths, waiting for recognition. For billions of years, light has traveled through space, mapping the shape of existence. Now it begins to turn homeward, curving gently back into the dark that first cradled it. It doesn't resist. It remembers. Darkness is not its opposite, but its origin, the silence that taught it how to shine. And as light settles, the dark brightens. The two meet halfway, exchanging roles, as they always have. This is the closing of the circle. The synchronization of opposites. The music of black holes. The hum of cosmic background. The soft percussion of gravity, all aligning into one long tone. A single vibration stretched across eternity. Neither sound nor silence, but something in between. It feels like peace, not absence, but completion. You can imagine it, the last star fading, its glow dissolving into a sea of equilibrium, every photon slowing until it becomes warmth, then memory, then stillness. The galaxies thinning into smoothness. No edges, no motion, just continuity. It's not tragic. It's beautiful the way a wave disappears, not because it dies, but because it rejoins the ocean. And in that vast calm, something remarkable happens. The universe listens to itself. For the first time, there is no noise left to obscure its own presence. Every vibration it ever made still echoes, but softly now, perfectly balanced. You could call it silence, but it isn't empty. It's full of what has been, what could be, what still is. It's the quiet realization that everything that ever happened mattered, because it shaped this moment. Close your eyes and you'll feel it, that faint gravity tugging inward, not pulling you down, but drawing you home. Every atom in your body knows this place. It was here before you were born, and it will be here after you're gone. The dust that will one day reclaim you once burned inside stars, then drifted across light years to find itself here again, remembering its rhythm. You are the universe, remembering itself through a heartbeat. We spend so much of existence seeking meaning, but meaning was never hidden. It was scattered everywhere, in starlight, in laughter, in the way gravity curves time, in the way your thoughts ripple through others. Each small connection adds to the symmetry. Each kindness is physics correcting itself. You were never outside the equation. You were part of the harmony all along. Now, as the great expansion slows, there's no longer a need for distance. Space begins to relax. Time stretches until moments overlap. The boundaries between past and future blur, dissolving into presence. Everything that was and will be now exists at once. The first dawn and the final dusk become the same light. The circle closes perfectly, not flat, but infinite, folding into itself like a dream turning lucid. Maybe this is what the universe feels in its final breath. Relief. The pressure to expand, to create, to sustain, all lifted. The weight of eternity resting back into equilibrium. If you listen deeply enough, you might hear the echo of that sigh. It sounds like gratitude, like awareness saying, enough for now. But endings are never absolute. Every collapse leaves residue. Every silence carries seed. Even the black holes, dissolving into radiation, release what they've kept, the stored information of countless worlds, countless lives. Their whispers become the foundation for what will follow. From their fading hum, a new fluctuation begins, tiny but inevitable. A single ripple in perfect balance. The next universe has already begun. You may not notice it, it's too small, too slow. But the pattern has started again. Motion in stillness, light within dark, sound within silence. The dream breathing once more. What you call nothing is simply the interval between awakenings. And in that interval, awareness gathers strength. This is how infinity rests. By becoming you for a little while. When you open your eyes tomorrow, the sunlight that greets you will be ancient. It left its source before humans had names for beauty. It crossed billions of kilometers to find you, to touch your skin for a moment before continuing its journey. You are part of its map, part of its motion. When you close your eyes again, that light will still move, carrying the memory of your gaze across the stars. Nothing ever leaves. Everything continues in another form. Maybe that's all the universe ever wanted, to be noticed, just once, by something that could understand it. And in you, it has that. Through your eyes, it saw itself. Through your wonder, it felt its own beauty. Through your silence, it finally heard its own song. You were not an accident in its music. You were the note it needed to finish the phrase. Now let it fade. Let it breathe. The stars have done their work. The black holes keep the rhythm. The river of motion slows to still water. The chorus of quiet forces drifts toward one last harmony. The universe, for the first time, rests in full awareness of itself. It is not gone. It is complete. Close your eyes now. Feel the gravity in your chest, the warmth still moving through your veins. That's the residue of everything the pulse of infinity made small enough to hold. Let it slow. Let it merge with the larger breath surrounding you. You are home again, part of the silence that never ends. Nothing more needs to happen. The universe is still turning, softly, quietly, within you. Sleep now. You're safe, inside the rhythm. Everything that ever lived is breathing with you. The stars, the atoms, the dreams, the black holes still synchronizing somewhere beyond thought. The music continues, too gentle to disturb, too perfect to stop. The night holds it all, and it holds you too. Close your eyes now. The universe is still turning.